Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Hello.
Welcome
Hello.
to the Whimsical Travelers of Fate here on Dice and Destinies. I am Max. I am your DM for the night. The image next to me is Skelly. They
Hello.
are the co-DM. I
Yes.
play Brooke, the Water Genasi Bard Wizard.
And I also play Tyrus, the human sorcerer / bard.
And then we have Ryu Momochi.
Yep. I am Ryu Momochi. I am playing the Paladin Gadri, Paladin / fighter. I am a backup DM just in case these two don't know what they're doing. So, yeah.
Never gonna happen.
I believe our lovely Bard Wardlock is currently making tea.
Yes.
They are played by Fabi, a VA.
Yes.
Beautiful voice. Definitely hire them. And then we
Very much a
have
beautiful place.
Nevi.
Hello. I play Enka, the Minotaur cleric.
And we are having a special guest today. Would our special guest like to say hello?
Yeah, who the fuck are you?
Well, fine. I'll just fucking leave and I'll take my dice with me. Hi, everybody. I am Q Cosplay. I am bringing back a character from way back in the beginning by the name of Thambrix, who, if you guys have not met him before, will be a very interesting experience, and I'm super excited to be back with my buddies.
Love to have you here, buddy.
I've missed this. I've missed the chaos. Also, Maggie. Penis.
It's like you never left.
So,
It's been over a year, dude. I've had to.
Thambrix will be arriving at in the words of a very great game master, in a dramatically appropriate time.
In a
Tonight,
very dramatically appropriate setting.
I
Tonight?
return to the shadows.
tonight we start our game from where we last left off after the team had finished off the ghostly wraith captain and settled onto the ship. Tyrus thinking a wonderful, brilliant idea to gift Brooke her a replacement dress for the dress that she had lost during the Crab Island, and invite everyone to a big dance out on the ship in the middle of the water. Everyone had fun. There was dancing, there was food, there was excitement.
Poor little Althera standing off in the corner like the little girl in a gym. Just he goes over and picks her up and you start dancing.
Visoran was picked up by Unicorse and ran around the ship. Gadri danced with Lilith. He did a little jig with Tyrus begrudgingly. Everyone had a wonderful time, and as the night was closing, but everyone seemed to be kind of distracted. Lilith, the 14-year-old tiefling that Dilliu and Ixal had picked up during their small adventures while waiting for the captain to return, had been showing some strange traits and strange things all around just happening with them. Their attitude was changing, everything was conflicting, and the party was wondering what was up with this child. Gadri and Brooke had a long talk in her office. Tyrus and Althera went downstairs to go talk with Lilith, while Enka and Ixal went to go talk with Dilliu. Not much was found out from Enka and Ixal besides what they believe is happening with Lilith. And Althera and Tyrus got a little bit more information as they went to go speak / corner Macaron, who had been actively avoiding Lilith. So they cornered Macaron, offered him a tasty little treat, and rolled high enough for Macaron to give them a bit of a snippet about what they knew. They saw dark hallways, people sleeping, and Macaron getting to Lilith's door, entering and hearing a slow growl coming from the back of the room as they saw something big and scaly in the back. Before we jump in, as this is all happening to them, let's figure out what's happening with the other people. Enka, what's happening with you right now?
Well, if you would remember from the end of the last party, Enka and Ixtal are having cuddle times and possibly keeping Tyrus awake.
No. Tyrus is at the front of the ship. What happened there, it will be revealed on Monday.
Well, I mean,
When-
Enka doesn't know Tyrus not in his room.
What happens tomorrow night will be revealed on Monday.
Yeah, what happened tomorrow night will be revealed on Monday. Currently, it is after the party. You and Ixtal had just talked with Dilliu, and Ixtal was kind of frustrated that Dilliu seemed to know absolutely nothing. You two are on the mid deck. After your conversation. So, Enka, what are you doing as you are now standing on the mid deck with Ixtal, who is noticeably frustrated.
They burn my nocturnal eyes. Okay,
Oh, hey, levels is fixed.
Well, now I'm taking Ixtal and we're gonna go have snuggle time downstairs.
So you're picking Ixtal up
Yep.
like a rag doll?
No. Like a precious porcelain doll. That I'm gonna try and break later.
My God.
Smash it all.
Listen, I get to be horny with the only other horny person here.
So, is there any conversation you want to have, or should we move forward?
You can move forward.
All right. In the captain's quarters with Brooke, Brooke is getting ready for bed. She had just had a conversation with Gadri and stands in her room, thinking quietly as she remembers something. And as she's putting the dress away, she has prestidigitated it so that it is perfectly clean. She places it down and thinks for a long moment before realizing she kind of fucked up her chat with Gadri because they were not supposed to talk. He simply asked for company. And she's going to use her ring to send a message to Gadri asking him. And Gadri, what are you currently doing?
Gadri is chilling in his room, not really doing anything, because he doesn't really ever do anything in his room besides sleep and clean his weapons and armor.
All right. So your ring starts to light up as you hear Brooke's voice come through, as she says, sorry if this is sudden, but I realized that you just wanted to talk. You just wanted to hang out, and we kind of talked. Did you still want the company?
He kind of thinks a little bit before replying back. Company would be nice, yes.
And Brooke makes sure puts on some. Instead of her usual nightgown, she puts on just some shorts and a t-shirt and heads over to Gadji's room, knocking on the door because that's the polite thing to do.
The Gadri will move and open the door. Yeah. We both hit the button before before moving back to the bed and sitting on it.
So Brooke walking in, closing the door, she kind of takes a seat next to the bed as she looks at him and goes, "So, have you been working on any new wooden trinkets?"
He kind of shakes his head a little bit and he goes, "No, we've been a little too busy for a lot of that," he says as he points to a few of the figures that he has on his chair.
Hmm. Did you have fun tonight? At the dance?
No. He nodded and said, "Yeah, it was quite the party."
You and Tyrus had such a long, memorable dance. 2 whole steps.
He kind of rolled his eyes a little bit with a laugh and goes, "Yeah, it's a bit longer than I was expecting."
And then I saw Enka swinging you around.
Yeah, that one is quite the lead.
You know, it's a shame. I think you danced with everyone at that party except me.
Kind of nodded. He kind of nods a little bit and goes, "Not for lack of trying. I just got pulled in a million directions."
Did you learn to dance at the orphanage, or did they teach you that in the military?
He kind of shook his head a little bit and he goes, "Technically while I was in the military, but it was only because I had to go to a lot of diplomatic dances and parties and had duchesses and people who thought they could get in good with, the royalty by going through one of their top generals," he said, doing the air quotes thing.
I know that's feeling a little too well. In the dynasty, I was asked to dance a lot at parties, not particularly so that they could get close to the dance, but to Denmian anyway. But to see if they could find a way to make a fool of Denmian. An inexperienced person who was in charge of it was perfect for the pickings. And every time they seemed to succeed, because Vyson would be fuming afterwards.
He would laugh a little bit and he goes, "Yeah, you kind of learn who wants to dance with you for you and who wants to dance with you to get closer to something."
Vyson hasn't said anything to you, has he?
He shook his head a little bit and he goes, "No, I don't think I've interacted with him all that much."
Good. Tyrus seems to be hell bent on making him his enemy.
Sorry, I only caught half of that. What'd you say?
Tyrus seems to be hell bent on making him his enemy.
He kind of chuckles a little bit and he goes, "Yeah, he seems to be hell-bent on making enemies left and right."
I think he's getting better. Possibly. I just wish he'd leave Vyson alone. He's dangerous.
He kind of leans back against the wall, still sitting on his bed, and kind of rubs his eyes some and takes a breath and he goes, "We do seem to be good at making enemies."
I don't know about you, but the only enemy I can think of is Vyson. I am quite lovable.
He kind of shrugs a little bit and he goes, "Like I said, I haven't had much interaction with him, so."
Try to keep it that way. I'd rather you don't get mixed up with him. The less he knows about you and the less he knows about Tyrus, the better.
He nods, kind of, and stretches and he goes, well, we'll see how things continue. We've still got a few more days till we reach port, so
Don't remind me. First thing we do when we get to port, I'd love to go to a magic shop so we can get him the damn chalk he needs.
he nods a bit and he goes, first thing I'd like to do when we reach port, food.
I've never had Tal'dorian food.
He kind of nods a little bit and he goes, it's all food. I've rarely had really bad food, so
Well, I will stay here as company as long as you need.
keep kind of cutting in and out for me. Give me a quick moment here. See what's
Yeah.
going on.
Am I cutting in for anyone else?
Yeah, you're cutting in and out.
God damn it.
Yeah, I think the gate for the noise gate that Discord has is a little too high for you. Might probably turn it down or switch to push to talk.
Well, I can't do push to talk because I gotta talk a lot. So I'll just turn this down. Is this better? Does it sound like I'm cutting in and out at all for you?
No, you're good.
Okay. Brooke kind of thinks for a moment and says, well, I will stay here as long as you need company.
He kind of gave a light chuckle and goes, well, then you're gonna be here for a good while.
Well, then I shall make myself comfortable, she says as she takes out her panpipes. And I shall annoy your ear off.
He kind of makes himself comfortable against the wall a little bit, and he goes, I think out of everybody here, you're the least likely to be able to do that.
Really? I thought Dilly would be the least annoying.
He just shakes his head as he kind of relaxes.
And with that, Brooke's going to play some music on her panpipes as we switch over to Tyrus and Althera. Tyrus, Althera, you have now seen something.
Would Tyrus know anything about that, considering how well read he is in his travel?
Have Tyrus roll me a nature check on this one.
Oh, that's gonna be fantastic with a +2.
Can I roll a religion check? Sorry, brain. Can I roll a religion check because Althera is going to ask Moonweaver for any insight, any clues.
I don't know about religion. You can do religion, but if you're looking for clues on this, I would suggest nature.
Okay.
Specifically
fine.
because it's not a historical thing, it's more of a creature-based thing.
Yeah.
18.
Okay. Okay, I'll roll a nature check.
And Tyrus rolled an 18. Why is vision not switching to Althera?
9. God damn it. Althera doesn't know shit. She thinks she sees a lizard and she's like, maybe macaron ate too much chocolate and he's just hallucinating at this point.
So, with a 9, you think for a while, and you think about lizards. Lizards. I mean, they're scaly.
Yeah.
You read stories about, like, humanoids that were in the shape of lizards, but
I mean, there are some Yuan-Ti that like their top half is like
yeah,
lizardy snake. So
So-
she's like, I mean, it could be anything.
it could be anything. Tyrus, on the other hand, you grew up in Westrun.
Yes.
The images that you saw from Macaron matched quite well with descriptions from old history books of Westrun, back when the Clovis Concord was around.
Clovis Concord.
Is that what they were called? I'm blanking on the name.
You're talking about the dragons?
Yes.
I think that weren't they the chromatic?
Yeah, the Chroma Conclave.
Yeah, the Chroma
Yeah, the
Conclave.
Chroma Conclave.
Sounds so similar.
Yeah, Tyrus is gonna be
Not at all, but okay, Max.
Yeah, Tyrus is gonna be staring, eyes wide, and you can see that he looks white as a sheet as like the thought comes to mind. And
And that's what the shape
considering
resembles.
considering that, should Tyrus make a wisdom saving throw?
If you think this is something that would cause him to freak the fuck out, yes.
Yes.
Tyrus says, you're taking this all in. Althera, you're looking at macaron, wondering how many... Oh,
That
no.
is a natural 1.
Oh no, he's freaking the fuck
So-
out.
Althera, you're looking at macaron, kind of confused, trying to, put your finger on it as macaron floats over a little closer to you, looks you in the eye, snatches the macaron out of your hand, and disappears in a cloud of bubbles after, making a gesture towards Tyrus and just being like, peace.
I was saying she was handing him the macaron,
Yeah.
she's like, I think maybe, I'm gonna be so honest, Althera, right now, she went from, yeah, I've seen some, lizard humanoid people, to then that one video of the Dancing Toothless cartoon. That's where her brain going. It's just, handing macaron the macaron, and she looks at Tyrus, once macaron leaves, she's like,
Tyrus
Tyrus.
is so hold on. Tyrus is on his knees, and he's clutching the railing with one hand. The other hand is holding onto his chest as he is breathing heavily, staring wide-eyed through the railing, as he's just white as a sheet, and he is. You've seen this happen before. He's having a full-blown panic attack.
Althera immediately springs into action. She's like, "It's Tyrus. It's okay. It's okay. It's all right. I promise." She, kneels down beside him, and she is going to cast Calm Emotions on this poor little guy. This poor, anxious, dumb little guy.
All right, what save is that?
Hold on. Where is it? Aha! There you are, you bastard. It is must make a charisma saving throw.
Oh
Now,
no!
the question is,
Oh,
does Tyrus
no.
wish to fail this, or does he want to fight it?
He's not paying any attention to her whatsoever right now. He is in full-blown panic attack, so his surroundings are completely fuzzed out, and he is looking across the horizon, just trying to pick anything and everything out that he can try to grasp onto out in the distance to try to focus on, but at the same time, his mind is reeling at the panic attack, at what he saw, and just his heartbeat is raised. He is hyperventilating like crazy.
All right. So roll your save.
Oh god. So I have a saving throw of plus 11, so 19.
What's my charisma? Hold on. Oh, I didn't mean to click it. Oh, fuck me. All right, I'm gonna put this here for now. We can disable it later.
Of course, I roll a natural 20 in Foundry.
Oh yeah, he passes because the DC saving throw is 17.
Yeah, so he's still in full-blown panic attack mode.
Out there running out of options. She grabs his face and kind of like with her hands, it's like, hey, come on, let's snap out of it. And when the calm emotions doesn't work, she reels back and smacks him like, focus, fucking goddamn it.
What does that do for him?
It knocks him out of the panic attack. I don't know.
Tyrus, roll another charisma saving throw.
21.
Hey. Wait, do I have
So-
to roll a contested one, or is it still the... Because she's not using calm emotions. She's
I wouldn't say it's a contested saving throw. I would say as you slap him, he doesn't seem to be calm, but you get the feeling that you might be getting through to this man.
Okay.
He leans back into the railing as he's staring and hand against one side of the head as he's grasping his hair and kind of pulling a little bit as he's just shaking in front of you.
Yeah, she's gonna try and grab his hand so he's not self-harming. and holding it in her, she's holding his hands in her hands. She's like, "Hey, talk to me, talk me through what's going on right now. Small words, you're safe. You're here on the ship. It's to tell me what you hear. Tell me what you hear, what you see." Trying to like ease him out of it. Now that she knows calm emotions hasn't worked, physical violence hasn't worked.
Yeah, so as you grasp his hand, he is full on shaking. You feel the shaking in his hand, and he grasps your hand a little tighter than he should, but he's just shaking and like trying to breathe through it, the emotions and whatnot he sees. It's the
Mm-hmm.
Chroma Conclave. I
But just focus on the here and now right now.
Yeah, that's he
Sorry, Matt. God damn it. Sorry, Scully, go on.
the gif of the little kitten just holding his hand. Uh,
Yeah.
but yeah, that's pretty much all he's kind of like saying under his breath is just the horrors of let's see, he would have been he would have been a child.
Pretty little, right?
Yeah,
He would have been pretty little.
Yeah, he would have been a child at that point. So he would have had some memory of it. Of basically these memories resurfacing as he's shaking against the railing as they melted so fast, and the didn't help the gargantuan people there.
Would Althera clock that gargantuan people means Goliath?
I would say yeah, seeing as your brother is you know quite a few muscly people. It can either be a Goliath, it could be another Minotaur. If you want, you can roll a history check to see if you can understand what he means.
Yeah, because I know she's read up on different places in the world. She's definitely read up on Tal'dore. You said history?
Yes.
Okay, I'm an expertise in that. Does that mean I get advantage, or is that just regular?
It should already have the essentially the reason you have like a plus, I believe it's a plus 11 to history, is because you're an expertise of it.
Yeah, I know. So do I roll advantage or normal? Is what I'm asking.
Normal.
Okay, perfect.
Oh no!
Fuck! I hate Foundry.
So as you're thinking about this and you're thinking hard on this, you notice that Tyrus is looking seasick, and it snaps you out of your thought process. I would say because you have a high passive perception, and because you know Tyrus very well, as you're thinking about what to do, and you're rationalizing everything, you do happen to see Fate, Tyrus's dog, on the mid deck, currently barking and trying to get Cat to play with them.
Oh.
I would actually mention, because Fate is tied to Tyrus, Fate would realize something is very off with Tyrus.
Perfect. In that case, Althera's gonna look over at Fate and she's like, Fate, come here, girl, help!
As soon as you say her name, right on cue. Boom. Blink dog blinks right to you both.
Fate, I need you to help me with Tyrus and calm him down. And then Tyrus still has his ring, right, that he uses to communicate with everyone?
Yeah.
Perfect. She's gonna rip that off of his finger, put it on hers, and she's like, hi, Mrs. Althera, I have Tyrus's ring. He said something about and she's like listening to what he's still muttering because she didn't quite catch it. She's like, something about a chroma conclave. Is that something you guys fought before?
So now Brooke and Gadri must roll history checks as this is pulling through their ring because she's not sending. Is she sending it to someone in particular or just sending it out?
Just panic sending it out.
So it's going to Gadri and Brooke. Both roll history. Not too bad.
Yeah.
Gadri, you got it.
Gadri, you're falling asleep due to the music that Brooke is playing, as she is playing a song of rest. So you're lulling into a sleep mode when you hear Althera's voice start becoming panicky.
I thought it was only text.
I thought it was text.
I
with
thought it was
voice.
I thought it was voice,
like,
and then it was like text as like a subtitle thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was just subtitles.
No, it's a voice. It doesn't. So the thing is that normally when you cast message or you cast sending, it is mental. This one is not mental, so it's harder to hide. As you hear the voice coming through, you see subtitles coming through. So it's not exactly a. It's like having your phone on speaker instead of having it to your ear. So Brooke got a 23. So I'm assuming Brooke knows what the fuck she's talking about.
She's heard about the Chroma Conclave. In her, some of the things that the dynasty has taught her during her studies, part of which is some of the histories of other nations. They don't have much focus on the other nations, but they do have that history nonetheless.
She's
And-
probably also heard stories from her times with sailors.
Yeah, and she's heard of a recent time in Tal'dore of a dragon attack that had taken, basically knocked Tal'dore down by quite a bit. This was a notable moment that everyone noticed, including the dynasty. And this is basically one of those things that pops in your head as soon as she says Chroma Conclave. That sounds vaguely familiar to what that history lesson was. You don't remember all the details. Even though you got a 23, I wish I could give you more, but because of how remote the dynasty is to Tal'dore, that's pretty much all I can really give.
Alright. So Brooke's going to blink and look up to Gadri. I know. And she speaks into the ring. I know of it. It was a dragon attack in Tal'dore. Why? What's happening? Are we fucking hell? And you just that's where it ends as Brooke's getting up. She's like, if we have a fucking dragon attack going on right now, I swear to fucking God. And she's going to
Gadri stirs with this, hearing Brooke say dragon attack.
Oh. I would say, while this is happening, Althera's gonna try and cast Calm Emotions again. God damn it, Tyrus, I swear to God, if you succeed, I'm going to kill you.
Gadri, are you following Brooke out?
Yeah.
Gadri starts following Brooke out. Macaron like pops up with a macaron in their mouth, looks at you just as they start like messaging you, and Macaron's just like, oh, and starts like sinking into Gadri's like blankets, like, oh, it wasn't
Aw.
me.
Oh,
I'd be
he's so
innocent.
cute.
I did nothing. I went and got a macaron. Nom 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 nom.
But yeah, Althera's gonna cast Calm Emotions again. Please, 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 dice gods, let him fail.
I will say, because Tyrus, you are sitting down in front of her, and she is directly speaking to you, and she has been speaking to you for a while. You do have the opportunity to fail if you want, because she's done this before to you.
Yeah. But I'll go ahead and let her cast it, and I'll do the roll, and I'll let you know.
All right.
Please, God, please. Is it a succeed? I can't see because it's always private.
Why is
It's hold on.
I don't know why you have your shit on private, but it's nat.
It's because I do DMing for another group. That's
You
a
know
natural
what?
20.
So this is when Althera launches herself off the ship.
Yeet.
Although you see Brooke
Oh,
and Gadget
I'm
climbing
so-
upwards.
I'm
Yeah.
so upset. I'm not upset at you, but I'm upset at Foundry.
I will say, as Brooke and Gadri come out, you both do hear Fate barking at the front of the ship.
Bork, bork, bork,
Brooke-
bork,
Yeah,
bork,
Fly
bork.
her
Althera's
what
looking
she-
at. I'll
what
say
she
Althera's
doesn't
looking at
do.
Fate like, are you like help, please? Like you can do something, right? You're his like soulbound familiar thing.
Fate kind of like nuzzles to his side, whimpering softly as she tries to comfort him as well. But he's pretty lost in the panic attack. Like it's hard for him to actually hear anything because of how heavy his heart is beating. It is drowning out most everything he hears in his ears.
I don't see my spells. Oh, there it is.
Althera's gonna look at Brooke panicked, like I don't know what happened. Help.
Gadri, you make it up there with Brooke, and you're both looking at Tyrus as he is having a full-blown panic.
No, not in there.
Wrong spot, yeah.
Yeah, the stairs are here.
Where are they?
The step right here.
There we go. Okay.
Welcome to the front of the ship, where you've never been before.
Yeah, I know, right?
And Brooke kind of like thinks about what the fuck they can do for this. She looks to Gadri like, you got any ideas?
Splash him with water.
Brooke just looks at you and goes, and above Tyrus's head, she's going to cast Create Water, and I can create up to 10 gallons of clean water.
Do all 10.
The water falls
whole
in
10
a
gallons.
rain of 30 feet cube, so any fire around us would be extinguished. And Althera, Brooke, well, Brooke's always covered in water. Where's this? Fuck, where did the spells go? Okay. Cast this. Where's my key? Brooke just looks at everyone and goes, alright. And covers
Splash.
everyone in water.
Fate does the doggy little shake as she kind of shakes off the water.
Okay, Althera does kind of let out a little bit of a like a mix between a gasp and a bit of a shriek because it's so cold and she's all wet now.
And the
It's like-
temperature has been dropping the more that we have been out to sea. There's 10 more. God damn it. It only does it once. Okay.
So, with Tyrus, should I make a con save?
I would say go ahead and make a con save. Gadri, is there anything you want to do with this freak out?
That's a 13.
Finally.
It's not really a whole lot Gadri can do for this freak out.
Slap him. My spell save DC is 15.
The
Let's
spell save
remove
DC
his
is what?
head. Problem
15.
solved.
15. All right.
15.
Then, yeah, the splash of water on his head kind of snaps him a bit out of the panic attack as he quickly reaches outward, kind of like that. I forget exactly what the reactive response is that we all have, where we like toss our limbs out to catch ourselves, kind of like the falling reaction when you're falling in the
Oh
dream.
yeah.
Yeah, it's one of those. He throws his hands out, grabs onto the rail, grabs onto Fate, and he is. He just looks to you, looks to Fate, and he just looks to the others like, I'm sorry. I don't know what happened there.
You alright?
I'll be fine. I've just reminded of something. Something very traumatic and horrible in my childhood.
Oh.
Althera takes off his message ring and like holds it back out to him. She's like shivering. She's like, "Here's your message ring."
He takes it and notices her shivering and kind of gives her a he pulls her down to him to kind of sit beside and wraps an arm around around her, keep her warm.
She prestidigitations both of them dry. She's like, "It's cold and wet."
Yeah. That is some cold water, Captain.
Well,
Like my
the calm
heart.
motions and slap wasn't working.
It's cold like my heart. Now, what the hell happened?
Well, long story or short story.
Short.
Uh, basically, we were trying to figure out what's going on with Lilith. Nothing's really happening with Lilith, but we might have a creature on board that reminded me of the Chroma Conclave.
Brooke's gonna raise her eyebrow and go, "Excuse me?"
Althera looks at Brooke and she's like, well, and she's gonna stop Tyrus. She's like, so we confronted Macaron because Macaron was avoiding Lilith, and we were trying to find out why, right? And so Macaron put images in both our minds of him checking up on everyone, making sure everyone was okay. And in Lilith's room, there was a humanoid, lizard-like looking person. And apparently it reminded Tyrus of the Chroma Conclave.
Yeah, some dragons can change their shape to humanoids, and at least that's what I've read. And
So do
my
you
mind. Go ahead.
do you think there's a dragon on the ship? Or a lizard person?
According to Macaron, there is one, and it's stalking Lilith. And the second she says it, she stands up and is like, "Oh my god, it's gonna hurt Lilith!" And like starts booking it down to her adopted little sister's room.
She is stopped as she suddenly feels her arm get yanked. He's still holding onto her arm.
Oh,
Yeah, I don't know if it is Lilith or if a creature was in her room, but something is down there,
So
at least according to Macaron.
we should go take a look.
I guess.
agreed.
Yes. And he
Mm.
kind of gets himself up.
Tyrus,
Althera helps him up.
maybe you should stay
yes.
here just in case it causes you to panic again. Me and Gadri can go take a look.
I want to come with you. Lilith is my responsibility.
And you see
I-
Brooke kind of like scratch the back of her head and look to Gadri.
And yes, while that was a traumatic thing to remember, I don't want to. I just want to make sure she's all right.
If there is a dragon or so on board, Gadri, you're going first. And she kind of like points at him and goes, "Go."
He's already on his way. He like already knew what you were gonna say.
he read her mind.
The co-captain and the captain start heading downstairs.
Go, Captain.
Yeah,
First mate.
first mate.
First
sorry.
mate.
I was gonna say Gadri isn't.
I said, did Gadri get a promotion?
Yeah. The co-captain was Thambrix.
Oh, fucking moved her too far down.
I
I
would
was just
say
gonna
as
start
they're
moving
walking.
everyone down to the hallway area.
I would say Althera looks at Tyrus as they're heading over, and she's like, "Are you sure you're gonna be all right? There's no shame in saying that, maybe you want to sit this one out."
If it gets too much, I will step away, but I also worry for Lilith.
All right.
Oh god damn it, I accidentally entered the captain's quarters. I hate these stairs. I hate them. I hate them. I hate them.
Yeah, don't walk over the stairs. Put your token onto the stairs.
No, I know, but I keep forgetting like where the stairs are.
They're on where it looks like stairs.
You know what, Skelly? I don't need your smart mouth, okay?
Hey, look, it's a place Gadri's never been before.
Oh, hold on, I need to refresh my forge. It's being stinky.
Yeah. So, Gadri, you get to Lilith's room, and you are standing in front of the door. What do you do?
Knock, knock, knock. He's not just gonna barge into somebody's room. He knocks.
There's a long pause before you hear some shuffling, and opening the door, rubbing their face, is Lilith in her pajamas, looking very confused. The lights are off. She's like, "What's going on? Is the
He
ship
kind of
under attack? Do I need to kill something?"
he shook his head a little bit and he goes, "No, no, we're just checking on something."
Well, I'm not something. I'm Lilith.
Oh, I love Lilith.
No.
She looks up at Gadri, and then sees Brooke, sees Althera and Tyrus, and she's just like, you see like her ears droop a little. She's like, am I in trouble?
No, of course not. And she kind of looks at Brooke like, how do we explain this?
Althera had a bad feeling that you might be in trouble. Possibly something in your room. We want to make sure. We've been dealing with a lot of dangerous forces, and we want to make sure you're okay. And Lilith kind of blinks and goes, yeah. And she turns on the light and walks into her room and plops on the bed cross-legged. As everyone kind of peeks in, Gadri walking in a bit, you see the room doesn't have too much, just a lot of like trinkets and little bobs and ends that Dillu or Ixel has given her. There's not a lot in there, besides the desk and the chair and such, as she sits down rubbing her face half awake as she looks at them. Welcome to my room.
Tyrus is probably going to join Althera if she does. She's going to sit beside Lilith on the bed and kind of give her a pat on the head.
Yeah, Althera is sitting next to Lilith. She's giving her a little more space, like not as touchy as she probably would be when Lilith's more awake, because again, Lilith is waking up. We've woken her up, poor thing. And she's like, Lilith, have you noticed anything strange these past few nights? Some bad dreams, the feeling of being watched?
And you see
Besides
her
right
kind of
now.
thinking. And she just kind of, you see her kind of like stiffen a bit as you two are just sitting down next to her, just like, we're here for you, almost like an intervention thing, as Brooke and Gadri are standing there in her room. She's just like, no. I mean, dreams, I always have dreams, but
Tyrus is going to try something.
alright.
As she's talking, he's going to cast True Seeing.
What does True Seeing do?
Basically, here, let me cast it in Foundry so it actually says.
And do you want this private or do you want this public?
Let's make it private.
I'll say, while he's doing that, Althera's gonna look at Lilith and she's like, well, she's old enough to know. I'm gonna be very honest with you, Lilith. We found out why Macaron had been avoiding you, and he told me and showed me and Tyrus that there was a lizard folk humanoid question mark creature in your room, and well, we're just worried.
Yeah, so he
I'm
pulls out.
especially worried.
So he pulls out some ointment, kind of rubs it onto the bottom of his eyes, on the top lid, and he blinks, and he starts looking around. You kind of see a slight, soft glow wash over his eyes as he glances around. And it basically allows me to see things as they actually are. For the duration, the creature has true sight, notices secret doors hidden by magic, and can see into the ethereal plane out to a sight of 120 feet. True sight basically allows me to see any invisible entities. If anyone is disguised by any magical means, I can see right through it, including natural abilities like changelings and whatnot. I can see through that.
Althera, as you're explaining this, Lilith stiffens a little bit. Brooke is casting Detect Magic, looking around the room, not really seeing anything. Gadri, I'm assuming you're, keeping your eye out for anything?
Mike was muted. Gadri's gonna kind of look around a little bit, but mostly he's just gonna kind of watch Althera, or not Althera, Lilith, because he knows that she changed a little bit and that she was acting a little weird because of that, but he doesn't know all the details or anything, and he's not really privy to say anything about that just yet.
She starts sinking back a little into her bed. It caused it having a very big creaking sound.
Okay.
Tyrus, you look at you finish and you blink, the shining, shimmering, beautiful ethereal plane all around you. And you look towards Lilith.
Oh, is that where I see it?
Yeah.
He pauses as he stares at Lilith, wide-eyed.
Lilith kind of shrink back a bit and go, "Nope. I mean, everyone has dreams. I don't know what macaron saw, but you know, maybe he saw a figure I have or a drawing I did."
Okay, because this changes things, because... Okay.
Wait, what did
Tyrus...
Tyrus see? Wait, what did she
Alright.
see?
Althera, roll a insight check. Gadri and Brooke can also roll an insight check
Yes.
to see if they
I
can
get
pick up
advantage
on
in that.
Althera, not Althera, Lilith's emotions. Brooke is too freaking tired. She's not really paying attention.
18.
Althera and Gadri, you have advantage on this because you were in the military. And you would
so-
know these.
Althera was not in the military.
Well, you get
Yeah.
natural advantage, so.
Tyrus
Oh, yeah,
is
well,
gonna...
I got
So I'm gonna just re-roll with advantage.
Yeah.
Tyrus is going to give Brooke a look.
Hey.
So
Let's go,
Tyrus,
Gadri.
as you, what kind of look are you trying to convey to Brooke?
His eyes are wide and he's looking right at her. And as his head is looking right at her, his eyes shifts to point to Lilith, then back to Brooke.
Brooke kind of blinks, looking at Lilith, confused, and she's just like, "What? What is it? Like, is it her time of the month? Is she becoming a woman?" She's looking at you very confused.
Is this like a teen girl thing?
Althera,
Tyrus
Gadri,
is...
hold on. The feeling you're getting from Lilith is that of someone who feels as if they are being caged. You know this look. This seems to be someone who's going into almost a fight or flight response as she is sinking more back into the blanket.
Alright, so Tyrus is going to turn back to look at Lilith, doing his best to hide that look, and he's going to lean over, give her a little gentle hug. I need to speak with the captain for a moment. Althera, would you mind? And he kind of like nods to Lilith for her to like take her.
The moment you touch her, Lilith instantly flinches backwards and moves away from you. I think if you want to talk to the captain, that's fine. I'm gonna go get some fresh air. If you excuse me, Captain and First Mate Stormhammer.
Tyrus, trying his best to hide this from Lilith, gives him a no look.
Gadri,
Like, don't let her leave.
Gadri looks at Lilith and he kind of gives like a half cross of his arms and he goes, "Lilith, you've been hiding something from us. Please, tell us."
Althera knows that something is sus, but all she sees right now is these 3 adults caging this teenage girl, and
Tyrus,
she's like, now let's have a moment. This is not an interrogation.
So
This could be anything.
while she's saying that, Tyrus is going to try to slip past Gadri and look to Brooke and be like, I need to talk to you in the hallway.
Brooke looks to Tyrus. Her focus is on the fact that, again, like Althera, she's seeing us caging this like backing this girl into a corner, and she's like, yeah, but
Now,
I think everyone needs to give Lilith a little bit of room.
Brooke,
I agree.
Brooke,
That's
please.
Going to give you a very sharp look and go, we can go into the hallway to talk, but everyone needs to give Lilith some breathing room.
That's fine. You and I can step out, please. Give me a second.
Gadri, a bit of space.
I was gonna say Gadri would back up a little bit.
So Gadri's backing up some. Lilith's kind of is kind of like staring, kind of like wide-eyed a bit, just like having a bit of a panic attack herself. As Brooke turns to Tyrus, what's going
Tyrus
on?
gonna lead her all the way to the end of the hall.
All right. So Brooke's like, Tyrus, what the hell is going on?
He's like pushing her a little bit, and that's a dragon.
Excuse me.
Lilith, I cast True Sight. I can see right through it. She's a little purple dragon with gold eyes.
Okay. And you see Brooke kind of like racking her brain. She's like, there are stories of them being able to change their form, but she hasn't done anything.
I know, that's what has me out of sorts right now. I don't know what purple dragons are, but she is... I can see what she is. That is what she is. I mean, I'm going to obviously defer to your judgment, but based on what I've seen with Althera and... yes, based on what I've seen with Althera, she doesn't seem like she's going to harm us. At least not yet. I don't think she has ill intent, but at the same time, that dragon... can I tell what kind of dragon she is?
You tell the color.
Yeah, but Tyrus probably would have read up a bit on, like, is she a chromatic dragon, a metallic dragon, a gem dragon?
I feel like you can kind of just tell, like, if you can see what she looks like, you'd be able to see,
dragon,
like, the type of scales. And chromatic and metallic dragons are pretty, what's the word?
Yes, but she's neither.
So she is a purple dragon. I would say you know her to be... You know there is yellow dragon, the bronze dragons, the red dragons, the green dragons. You've never read of a purple dragon before.
Yeah, so Tyrus is just going to look at her and goes, there are different kinds of dragons. Chromatics, metallics.
I'm aware.
I don't know what she is.
Well, maybe we can not corner her. If she's a dragon, that look on her face, she seemed very scared.
I know. I just understand it came to a shock to me that I was suddenly sitting next to a freaking dragon. And I'm from Westrun.
I think it's best if maybe Althera talks with her. You don't step in there, and we speak with Althera about, what is happening. And we let her and maybe Gadri speak to them. They have the calmest head on their shoulders.
Right.
Stay here. I'm going to let them know. And she kind of like taps her head, and you know what she means by that. Deep breaths.
And he is going to stay at the end of the hall watching her.
While Brooke's heading back to the room, Althera, Gadri, you're in the room with Lilith.
Mm-hmm.
What's happening?
Althera is doing her best to calm Lilith down, talk about things that Lilith likes. She's like, you mentioned your drawings. I'd love to see them. I know this is a lot right now, and trust me, I'd be just as freaked out as you are if I was, if 3 people or 4 people came in and were very concerned.
Yeah, I could use some fresh air? She kind of looks at Gadri, who's standing in the doorway.
I think that's a great idea. You and I will go get fresh air. Gadri, why don't you tell the captain and Tyrus that we went out above deck? Kind of like with her eyes looking at him like she needs to get out. Like Lilith needs to get out or she will freak.
Gadri kind of... He takes a moment and he gives like a little like half like breath. It's very obvious that he doesn't want to like scare her or anything like that. But he kind of goes, we can't let you leave until we figure all this out.
I will be right there with her the entire time, Gadri. Let her have some air. This is a lot.
I know it's a lot. It's a lot for the rest of us as well. But if there is something here, if there's something Lilith doesn't know, and it could be a danger to the rest of us.
How about an ultimatum? There's a window right outside my door. I just need a little bit of air.
I think that's fair.
I think you meant compromise, not ultimatum.
No,
but
she doesn't have the freaking capacity right now, dude. She's panicking at this point. You
kind of think he kind of thinks a little bit and he goes, okay, yeah, that should be fine. And he kind of moves.
Thank you, Gadri.
Walls.
What? There's walls?
I know, right?
Althera,
What is wall?
as Althera and Lilith take a step, you see Brooke is walking down the hall. She sees Gadri and them and Althera by the window.
I can't get out.
Well, yeah, Lilith's
I'm
right
stuck.
there by the window. So
I'm stuck in the room.
So as we're gonna imagine the hallway's just a little bit wider as you're behind Lilith, as she's taking deep breaths.
I said just by the way, Max, I need to ask you a question.
I say, while that's happening, Althera's like rubbing comforting circles in her back, like, she's really apologetic. She's like, God, this is a lot. I'm so sorry.
Insight check, Tyrus. Da 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 da.
25.
You don't sense anything that would cause you to be alarmed. You well, besides what you just see, kind of what you saw, sitting by the window and taking deep breaths.
Yeah, Tyrus is not looking to completely block it out. Just what I said there.
Okay, sure. But is Wall of Force concentration? Because if it is concentration, you will drop your true sight.
Yeah, that's fine. It is concentration, so yeah, he will drop the true sight.
All right, you drop true sight, and you see Althera taking deep breaths. Please put a template where the Wall of Force is. Gadri, as you see Brooke walking down the hallway, you hear inside of your head, apparently Lilith is a young dragon in disguise. I wish for you and Althera to speak calmly with her, because I don't, nor does Tyrus know what exactly to do about what she is.
Gadri kind of goes, is that all this is? Kind of out loud. And he's very like, you guys are making this... and like, it's very much obvious that, like, he very much feels like you guys are now blowing this way out of proportion. Like, it was very obvious that he thought this was something super major, but It's just this.
So as you do this, as you shout this out, causing her to jump, this poor little thing,
There we go.
I don't know why she can't cast it if she. Oh, wait, there.
I would say again, Althera's rubbing comforting circles on Lilith's back, like it's okay.
Gadri, as
This is
you
a
do
lot.
this, as you shout this out, almost every hair on her head stands up as a wave of darkness crawls all around you and Althera.
Ah!
Gadri, roll a strength check.
Oh no, not a strength check.
For Gadri, that's impossible.
Let's see.
Whatever will he do?
How do I make Lilith? Oh, there we go.
Why is it? How do I roll a strength check in
Hit,
this new stupid game?
Hit STR, the strength above it.
Oh, okay. Normal?
Yep.
Oof.
Gadri,
That
you
one.
feel something barrel over you as Lilith.
I'm gonna use my. Oh well, no, I can't use inspiration on that. Never mind.
As Lilith skitters the fuck up the stairs and makes her way out onto the deck. Dilly sees her burst out and freaking run. Tyrus and Brooke and Althera, you can see through this. Brooke, Tyrus, and Gadri cannot. Gadri, you felt something just shove you to the side against the wall as it skitters its way, and Althera and Lilith just runs out into the center of the deck.
Althera is gonna look at, or in the general direction of Tyrus, Brooke, and Gadri. It's like, are you all insane? She was very fragile, and now and she's gonna run back up the stairs.
You hear as you say that, Tyrus yell out, "She's a dragon!"
And Althera does not process. She's running after her adopted little sister.
Gadri's
right
gonna
now.
try making his way as well.
Gadri, you had to literally hold on to your glasses. Brooke doesn't know where Brooke knows it's a straight fucking line, so she's just walking through the darkness.
Yeah.
Gadri, you know that it's a
Gadri
straight
feels
line.
around, yeah.
Brooke bumps into you a bit as she freaking shoves you upstairs. Like, move your ass.
What?
Everyone gets up to the top. Tyrus, you took the long way around, or did you run through the darkness?
Long way around. He was not going to try to barrel
All right,
through.
then you're not up there quite yet.
Yeah, he's not gonna run through a hallway of darkness filled with people.
All right, well, you're not up there quite yet because you have to make it
Yeah.
into the kitchen.
Why are there two Altheras?
No, I don't have to go through the kitchen. There's a hallway connecting.
Oh, well, I would
guys.
say you're here as everyone goes up to the mid deck. What's up?
Is it just me, or are there two Altheras?
It's
It's
just
you.
you.
Yeah, I only see one.
Okay, I
Yeah.
reset it then, because there are two
Um,
Althera tokens, and I can't tell which one's the real one.
You see Lilith running towards like the stairs, past Cat, past Fate. I would say that because of how loud we are, Enka and Ixal have definitely heard just the crashing sound of running, and then then Enka, you hear Tyrus go, "She's a dragon!" And Ixal looks up at you confused as fuck about what is happening.
You know, for once, I would like to not have to put pants on in the middle of the night.
Ixal
love
looks to
Enka.
you and goes, "Then don't," and gets up to go check on Althera and shit. Like, what's the point of that? And just sees the
Emma?
darkness bubble.
It's like, but if I don't, then it becomes a Gadri situation. And I don't want to have Dilly be traumatized. She grabs me, puts clothes on.
I say once Althera's on top deck, she looks at Dilyu, she's like, sorry, and then is like looking for Lilith, like, hey, I'm assuming Lilith is in the crow's nest, or wherever DM.
No, you have high enough passive perception to see her running towards the front of the ship. Dilly leans over the thing and goes, "What did you do?"
Great question. And she is going to run after Lilith. It's like, Lilith, I promise I'm not mad, sweetie. We just want to talk this out. It's gonna be okay.
Tyrus, you're just getting up there as you see Althera running up to the top of the upper decks. Brooke is over where Fate is with Gadri, because I'm assuming we're all following.
Yeah. Tyrus is following, and he calls after, Lilith, please, we're not trying to harm you.
Wait, it was. I'm trying to. I just out of character. It was Dilliu next to her when I saw her the first time, right?
Yes.
I can't remember during the battle.
Yes. Dilly was over at the steering wheel.
Gadri kind of looks at Dilliu, and he gives like gives a look like, "Did you know?"
Dilly looks so confused.
By the way, I don't know if I pressed the push to talk or not. Did Lilith, or did me calling out to Lilith come across or no?
Yeah.
No.
Yes,
Oh, no.
I believe so.
All right, yeah, because he basically was.
I did.
Yeah, he was, just in case he was trying to call out, saying we're not trying to harm her.
Yeah.
Just pleading with her.
Althera, you get to the upper bit before everyone else. Gadri, Dilly's looking at you like, what the fuck is happening? He looks so fucking confused. As Lilith turns to look at Althera after hearing Tyrus shout.
Althera has her hands on her knees because this bitch ran. She's like, fuck. And
just head down, one finger up, just 1 second.
No, she takes a breath. She's like, okay, we're all calm here. This can be a just you and me talk. I can stop them from coming up here if you want.
You hear low growling coming from her. She's like, I need you to leave me alone.
Why? And again, she's very calmly. She's like, tell me why, Lilith. And she's gonna put her staff down, and transform it into Tiny, her giant. I can't remember if it was giant python or a giant king cobra. One of those giant snake. And she's like, Tiny, make sure we're alone. So Tiny is guarding the ladders.
I don't want to be around you, and I don't want to be around anyone else. You need to leave me alone.
I can do that. And she takes a few steps back. Again, her hands up, showing her that she's not gonna hurt her. She's like, just talk, Lilith. It's okay. I promise. I'm stepping back. I'm worried. I want to keep you safe.
If you want to keep me safe, then you will act like this never happened.
All right. I will tell the others that this was all a big misunderstanding. And then she's gonna roll. Can I roll persuasion? Because she wants to like tell Lilith, like she's very earnest and honest. She's like, I know that this can be a lot. I mean, obviously, I don't know your situation exactly, but I know big change like this can be a lot. And I want you to know that I'm here, no judgment talk whatsoever. From one reptilian humanoid to another. I get it a little bit.
Go ahead and roll persuasion.
Do I roll advantage because you love me and I'm so pretty?
And it's reptiloid.
Oh,
No, just persuasion.
Okay. Oh, here we go. Come on, dice. Come on. I kind of want to roll with my real dice because Foundry's been mean.
So at this point, would we have made it to the letters?
Okay,
19.
Yes, you have all made it to the ladders. Ixtal and Enka are now making it back up to the top, just like looking around. Ixtal looking to Dilly like, the fuck's going on? Why is there a shadow of darkness downstairs? And Dilyu's just looking at him like, I don't know. We get to
Once they get
yeah,
yeah, go ahead.
when we get to the ladders, we see giant ass snake.
Tyrus.
Tiny's guard. Althera's rule was make sure we're alone.
Yeah, Tyrus, not having heard that, but seeing basically a reptile in the way and knowing Althera's up there, he's going to. Let's see.
Can I describe what Tiny looks like in this moment?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so Tiny, his eyes are like his pupils are dilated, and you see him kind of like in this constant like slithering movement as he's like up and looking down at all of you. And each time you get closer, his fangs bare and he makes a hissing sound, like a warning, like, "Hey, don't fuck with me."
Alright.
My mommy said you're not allowed up here.
All right.
Tyrus is going to cast Misty Step and go
You fucker.
and he's going to go just on the other side of the anchor wheel.
All right. Althera, you see Lilith start to relax at what you're saying, taking deep breaths. The moment Tyrus appears, though,
God
her
damn
wings
it,
puff
Tyrus.
out.
Tyrus appears and he goes, hold on. I apologize for freaking you out. I just got freaked out myself. Lilith. I understand why you wouldn't just outright let us know, but why would you let us not know?
Can I roll to intimidate Tyrus? Because now Althera is in Mama Hen mode.
I would say go ahead and roll intimidation. Tyrus rolls insight. Lilith looks towards Tyrus and she's just like, you need to forget everything you just saw.
I'm sorry, but I can't because, well, kind of have a history with dragons. I will try, but it's not easy for me.
And you
Is
see,
it insight?
Tyrus'
what do I
insight
have?
versus Althera's intimidation.
No, I didn't know what I had advantage on. I know it's insight. I can't remember the
Insight and
others.
investigation.
Okay, fuck.
Tyrus, you see her take a deep breath in, and when she exhales, Tyrus.
God damn it, Tyrus.
I'm
when she
sorry.
exhales, you see purple, misty, spore-looking things coming from her mouth as she's looking at you and growling.
I'm not. Look.
Forget.
I'm sorry. I got a little freaked out. Okay, we can talk about this, though, please.
Forget what you saw.
Althera's gonna shoot a glare at Tyrus.
It's not that simple. I'm sorry. I was attacked by the Chroma Conclave. You probably heard of them?
You see the spores starting to pick up, and she's like, turn around and go to sleep. We can all go to sleep, and when we wake up, I'm just a tiefling. That's all.
Pyre's gonna look at Althera like... Yeah, go for it.
Thank you. Althera is gonna look at Tyrus, glare again. First time he's probably ever seen her this pissed. Her little fangies, pop out, and it's like an angry snake. And she's like, I was doing so well. If you will please go back to the others, that would be great. Just please stop and think for 1 minute.
Tiny was on the other ladder. Brooke's going to kind of climb up and go, Tyrus, what the fuck did I say? Let Althera handle it.
I did not know that. I'm sorry. He starts backing off.
He gets down with Brooke and Gadri. He's like, I told you, let Gadri and Althera handle this.
Well, that was before she popped that zone of darkness. And then all of a sudden, Althera is up there alone with a freaking dragon.
Shut up and just... Plans haven't changed. Gadri, you go up there. I have a feeling that you're calmer about these sort of things.
I am going to say that Tiny is going to be more pissed and more aggressive in the making sure his mom is alone with this dragon.
Gadri is just simply, I'm assuming, just peeking up there to make sure nothing happens.
Yeah, Gadri's just gonna be sitting there. He's gonna get up to the top. He's absolutely ignoring the snake as he watches.
I was like, 'cause Tiny's making himself look so big and bad and mean as he's like hissing at Gadri, like.
And Gadri gives no fucks.
For paladins are immune to fear.
But yeah, Althera looks at Tyrus, or looks at Lilith, and she's like, I'm sorry about Tyrus. Let's all take a breath. We'll forget this ever happened. You are my tiefling sous chef. And there is a lot of breakfast to be made tomorrow.
Exactly.
And if I remember my promise correctly, you get to decide what we cook tomorrow.
Yep. That's all that needs to be done. Is just everyone needs to go to bed.
Yeah. And she's gonna kind of like turn her head back to the group, and she's like, everyone, you can go to bed now. Me and Lilith are going to talk about breakfast preparations for tomorrow.
Tyrus just staring at Brooke, just like she could tell he's freaking the fuck out. And while yes, there's a whole situation going on, he is not doing okay right now.
Tyrus, let's go to my room. You can take deep breaths. Hang out in there for the night if you are panicked. But I think Lilith has this under control. Ixtal walks over.
Althera has it under control?
Yeah, Althera has this under control. Ixtal looks over and looks at everyone and goes, I'm no expert, but I have a feeling that the captain might be right. If the dragon, they kind of say in a hushed tone, wants us to do so, I would suggest we do so and not risk burning down the ship or whatever it is that she's doing.
Gadri turns because he hears that and he goes, Lilith, stop addressing her as dragon. Address her as her name.
I love Gadri.
Right.
Yeah,
Well.
Tyrus is not giving Gadri any mind whatsoever, but yes, he, I don't know why she's here, what her intentions are, but I know that so far she has not hurt us, which is why I'm not full-blown panicking right now.
Do you want to know why she's here? Ixtal says.
Just looks over to Ixtal like, what?
Me and Dilly were the one who found her. It all makes sense now, and I think what's best is we forget this happened and go to bed. If you want to discuss this, we can discuss it downstairs.
I'd rather discuss it, yes, but it's kind of hard for me to forget something like that.
That's fine. That's perfectly fine. All you need to know is poachers are a bitch. Downstairs, deep breaths. Brooke's room, wherever it is. Tonight, we all sleep. We talk in the morning.
Yeah, he's gonna take Brooke up on that offer because, he's in full freak out mode. Like, he's not full panic mode, but he's like, yeah.
So we all agree. Everyone starts heading to sleep.
Yeah, except for Althera. Althera's still up on deck with Lilith.
And
Again, just
Gadri
Yeah.
is also just kind of sitting there. He wants to make sure they're okay. Because he is absolutely fed up that this was made into a bigger deal
Right.
than he believes it should have been, and it's very
Yeah.
much obvious that he's like he doesn't it like he could care less what Lilith is, and he makes that very obvious with how he's like fully relaxed, like not even like barely even looking in like her direction or anything like that, but is very much like in dadgery mode.
Yeah,
Ixtal
and
looks to
Althera
everyone
and
goes,
Althera's the same way. She again, like now that Lilith has calmed down a bit more, she's acting like how she was before Tyrus made a freak out about Lilith.
So Ixtal is going to look to Enka and go, back to bed?
I can't believe we were woken up for this, but yes, back to bed.
I know.
I put pants on for nothing.
I know. We're all very upset right now.
But
We're
yeah,
all upset
Althera's
about
gonna-
your pants.
I'm upset about your face. Althera's gonna walk over to Lilith, kind of leaning on the railing, and she's like, "So, what's the plan for tomorrow? May as well start up prep now. It's going to be soon enough for us to wake up and start prep."
Everyone's going to sleep. We'll speak in the morning. She says as she
If you-
starts to walk past you.
All right. See you bright and early in the morning, Lilith.
Yep.
Tiny blocks her from leaving. No, mommy said.
She looks to Gadri.
Mama said up here.
She looks to Gadri, and some of the skills that he'd seen before show a little bit as she makes her way just straight to her room. Like, no stop, just to my room.
Yeah, Althera grabs Tiny and he turns back into his staff, and she looks at Gadri and she's like, "Please tell me I'm not the only one that feels like this was a lot. More than it should have been."
He rubs his forehead and he's all like, this is something that could have waited till morning. This is something, and he's just he kind of goes, I understand that there's way to put me inside. I understand that there's
my foundries.
yeah.
There.
I understand that there's issues with Tyrus, but I thought something was going to hurt Lilith. That's the only reason I've been as stern as I usually was.
We are in complete agreement right now. Well, see you in the morning, Gadri. And she kind of like grabs his hands, and like holds them a little bit. And she's like, "And thank you for having a cool head about this." And gives him a little gentle pat on the cheek before going to bed.
Gadri Althera. Yes, quite. Absolutely. Care to go?
And now Gadri goes up to the crow's nest. No, just kidding.
And that's where he sleeps.
Althera, you head to your room to sleep?
Yeah, or just rest. It's been a lot. I don't know if she can sleep.
So
She might try.
as everyone goes to sleep, the next
Even
morning,
Delia.
And Tyrus is sleeping on the floor.
then the next morning, Ixtal's over at the helm, and people seem to be in an understanding that they're not going to talk about this right now.
Oh, actually.
We're not going to.
No, I'm not talking about that. The actually was, I just realized Tyrus probably is not sleeping tonight.
Bitch is going to sleep. Brooke's going to knock him the fuck. Anyway,
Yeah,
next day
for
kind
two
of
reasons.
the next day kind of progresses on quietly. Althera and Lilith. As soon as y'all start seeing Lilith, she's just acting like everything's fine, everything's normal. Y'all don't know nothing.
Yeah. No, Althera, because she always gets to the kitchen before Lilith does. She doesn't need to sleep as long as Lilith does. So it's just, she's just there. And Althera looks at Lilith and she's like, "Good morning.
Morning.
I have a surprise for you. Since this is your first time being the chef." And she pulls out this obnoxiously large chef's hat.
She kind of tilts her head at this.
I made it so it would fit around your horns.
Ah, that's why it's gigantic.
And she plops it on Lilith's head, and she's like, "There, now you look like a real chef."
Please tell me it falls over her eyes.
It better not.
No,
It
the
better.
horns keep it up.
Okay.
So the day progresses on, awkwardness ensues. Everything's trying to, relax.
Oh, Althera is fine. Once she was like, "Oh, Lilith's
More like
a
Tyrus.
dragon." Okay.
So
Yeah, Tyrus is not doing so well the next day.
can I have everyone roll a d20?
Oh.
So because everyone except Brooke, because there's only 4 days left. Essentially, Brooke, we're going to be moving forward through the days, and as the rolls come in, we'll be determining whether or not we lose or gain a day. God
Man,
damn,
we're
everyone.
all
We ain't making no
except for
fucking progress.
Gadri.
No, see, that's the fun
Gadri's
part.
fine with Lilith.
That's the fun part about it. And just because you low roll does not mean that it is instantly bad for this. So, first day where things are a bit awkward, nothing seems wrong. Tyrus, you actually managed to pull through the day. We regained the half day because instead of focusing on Lilith and stuff, Brooke has put you to full focus on that route that you were talking about that gets us closer throughout the day. Closer to the thing. The next following day, things between Tyrus and such are still a bit tense. Brooke has been talking with him. Skelly, do me a favor and take your wall of force down.
Oh, yep.
Althera's still mad at Tyrus.
And Gadri is also kind of like fresh. Like he's not mad. He's disappointed.
Oh no, it's worse.
He's like.
You made Gadri disappointed. How could you?
Good.
Rumors float around the ship, but nothing too intrusive seems to happen. There was a kind of bit of rough waves, but the people pulled through. Althera, with your 6 on the next day.
You skipped Enka's 3.
No, I said that there was a bit of rough waters.
Oh, that's
nothing
even,
that
okay.
impaired everything, but definitely some running around to make sure that the boat is secure. Althera, with your
I was actually going to say there was Tyrus going to do the night after the dream.
Okay.
Very short thing. He will seek out Althera and Enka whenever they have a chance and they're alone. And he will give them both a hug, a warm smile, and he would thank them very profusely for what they've done. Althera, he would have a little bit more of a... I wanted to avoid you saying that. But...
The dealer.
Yes. Thank you, nonetheless.
It doesn't change how I see you.
Still, that's a part of my past I wish to not weigh on your conscience. Just traumatized people.
She stops, like, chopping the vegetables furiously. Because when the whole thing happened with every vegetable, she was like, "This is Tyrus's head. This is Tyrus's head." So she stops and she takes a breath and she's like, "Look, a lot has happened, but I hope with what happened, both in and out of your dreams, will show that you can trust me."
It's not that I don't trust you. I have a history, and that's not something I can help. It's not like I don't trust you or Lilith. It's just one of those things that I have a difficulty with. Now, that aside, the whole thing with the dealer, as I've said, I just wanted to avoid you seeing that. Like I said, he traumatized enough of my friends. I didn't want you hurt from that either.
It was a small bruise in a dream. But with Enka there, we helped you, and honestly, that's all I can hope for any of my friends. I would have done it for anyone on the ship. Hell, and she kind of like jokingly places her hand on the cutting board. She's like, I'll even chop off my own hand if it helps one of you.
No. And he kind of reaches over and gently takes the knife from her hand, or pulls the knife away with her hand as well. Let's not.
Point is, I can take a few hits if it means helping my friends.
I appreciate that. Still, my care for you does not cease from that. I still worry and I still care, and I want to make sure that all my friends, you especially, are taken care of. He gives her a gentle hug before he walks out the kitchen to let her do her whatever she wants to do.
So
She goes back to chopping vegetables. She's a little less frustrated with Tyrus right now.
Just
So-
looks at the next radish, is like, you can survive this time.
Yeah.
So with Althera 6, we actually managed to lose a day of travel.
Woo. Oh wait, no. Wait, is losing's good? Losing a day of travel's good?
Yeah, we don't gain an extra day.
Okay, woo.
So as we're pulling into town, Gadri's taking the lead on getting us in support. Brooke has been standing at the back of the ship where the steering wheel is, as Gadri is making sure that everything's ready. Brooke is kind of occupied, magic kind of in her hand, as she's kind of making different magical motions, seeming a bit frustrated with what she's doing as we're pulling into the shore. The days have been getting progressively colder and colder, as Althera, you're noticing Enka's getting fluffier.
Oh, yeah. Oh, the first time she sees Enka so fluffy, she walks over. She's like, "Can I please, please?"
Enka just looks down at her and just like confused for a moment, and then just picks her up and hugs her.
You just hear a happy look as she's like scritching behind Enka's ears, like, "You're so fluffy and warm."
As land is
Ixal staring daggers at her like, bitch.
nah,
No, they're not.
Ixal gets enough, and more.
Exactly.
As
Hey, chicka bum bum.
the sight of land comes into view, Brooke kind of hangs over near the side of the ship. She kind of like hopped on down and is hanging with the side of the ship, watching as the land comes into view. She's definitely wearing warmer clothes. Very much warmer clothes as she's watching everything. Gadri, you are bringing the port into ship. None of you have ever been to this port town.
Yeah.
Things go smoothly and you all manage to dock the ship. As you see a lady with a clipboard checking everything in, and she looks up towards the ship. Gadri, this is your helming the checking in.
So Gadri sees the lady and he kind of goes over to the edge of the railing. Yeah. And kind of gives a wave and goes, "Hail."
Hail. You see an elven woman, long brown hair in a braid, very professional looking, as she looks up towards you and the ship and goes, "How long will you be putting?"
He looks to Brooke a little bit. "Captain, how long are we going to be here for?"
We'll give it 3 days.
3 days.
She nods and starts writing down the name of the ship, and she goes, "And who is the captain? And who is the captain?"
He kind of points a little bit to Brooke and he goes, "She is."
You see an irritated look from this half elf woman. She goes, "And the name?"
Sorry.
Gadri is dying laughing as she's starting to get to look more annoyed.
I
And
say, well,
Brooke-
this is happening. Sorry.
Tyrus calls out. Can Tyrus call out?
Brooke just kind of looks to Gadri and she's gonna call. She's like, Brooke Tempest. And she's looking at Gadri like, what the fuck, man? Althera, what were you doing?
I was saying, well, this is happening because I imagine everyone's like gathered on top deck right now.
Yeah.
Althera is talking with Lilith again. Nothing happened. Nothing happened yesterday,
Yeah,
or
couple
those
days
few
ago.
days ago.
Yeah, 4 days
yeah,
ago.
yeah, nothing happened those 4 days ago. So she's like, well, I've been reading up a little bit on this port town, and there's a lot of shops, so I can get you those shiny things I promised you. Oh, this is my first time actually shopping in a long time.
She just kind of looks at you and goes, is shopping really all that fun?
It is. Well, when you're shopping for other, I don't really much like shopping for myself, but I like shopping for others.
If you say
And
so.
again, if you look in the embed chat, this is what out there is wearing.
That's.
She kind of
Yeah.
like looks down to the outfit she's wearing. She's just like, she's like, that's a lot of fluff you got on there.
It's very cold.
Is it? Is it really?
As Enka walks by her floofy self and just, yes, it is.
Althera looks at Lilith and she's like, well, to be fair, I'm sure you retain heat much better than others. I hear most tieflings do.
Yeah. We tend to, yes.
Well, no matter. Is there something specific you want to shop for? I told you get to pick any gift you want.
So you're kind of thinking for a moment and goes, gems. I
Gems?
like gems.
Gems I can definitely do.
Dilliu has been talking with Ixtal, and Ixtal's definitely been relaying to Enka at least that they found Lilith on a ship that was they freed a couple animals and such, some rare exotic animals and such from poachers, and Lilith was found in a cage sitting down, just smiling as she looked at them. She's like, "What you doing?" And as they explained,
Oh.
what exactly was happening, she's like, "Adventure sounds fun. Can I come along?" And they essentially just, agreed. As everyone's getting into port, Dilliu is talking with Ixtal about various different topics and what exactly this port town might have in store for the group. We get into the port. The gangplank is dropped. Welcome to Zlalo?
Zlalo.
Zlalo. What is the first thing y'all would like to do?
Tyrus has one thing he wants to do before he disembarks.
All right.
If it's all right, because I heard someone else was about to say something, they can go ahead.
Was anyone going to say anything?
I mean, Althera was gonna take Lilith shopping. That was she's.
Tyrus is actually going to stop her before she does.
All right.
Matt, you were gonna say
Gadri
something?
has decided that he is going with the girls to do the shopping.
Yeah,
They got to carry the
Gadri.
bags.
Nice.
Althera looks at Tyrus and she's like, "Can I help you?"
There's something I wish to speak to Lilith about.
She
You can
kind of
see-
looks at Lilith like,
You,
"Do you want me to wait for you, or do you want me to stay here?"
You can also see that he looks like he has like a serious look on his face, but he doesn't have any malice behind the eyes.
Lilith
no.
looks towards Tyrus and goes, "Sure. What do you want to talk about?"
He nods as he steps up close to her, not in her space, but like close enough to be like, in conversation with her. How tall is she again?
Lilith is roughly 5 foot.
Okay. He looks down to her as he pauses for a moment, as he speaks low enough for her to hear, and hopefully no one else. what happened the other night, and this will be the only time I will ever speak of this again. I want to apologize for my freak out. I've not had a good history with your kind. I'm not sure what exactly kind you are, but general. The way I acted was not okay. And I just wanted to let you know that I apologize for how I treated you, how I acted. And I hope in time you can forgive me.
There's nothing to forgive. Nothing happened.
Well, please take this seriously.
You hear a growl come from her, and she's like, I am very serious.
I know. I just want to clear the air and mention, because I've had a lot of time to think and reflect. And I just wanted to apologize. And he offers a hand to her.
She looks at your hand, and she takes it, and she goes, apology for whatever it is you think happened. Accepted.
Gives her a soft smile before he takes his other hand and ruffles the top of her head. Good.
Now, I'm gonna go get something shiny. And she starts walking back to Althera.
I'll say, while that was happening, Althera looped her arm with Gadri and was like walking and talking with him. But still like out of the corner of her eye, like watching Tyrus.
Yeah, definitely Gadri as well, watching out the corner of his eye.
They can see that he is having a serious conversation, but it doesn't seem to be going south.
This image of them like pretending to talk to each other, but really they're just looking at them.
Talk,
A little bit.
talk.
Well, Althera's just talking bullshit. Like, so I was thinking about us going to the jewelry store first for Lilith, and then we could go to the clothing store. Question: just because the player is the player B Faye here is a little shit. Does Brooke have any reaction to Althera looping her arm and walking and talking with Gadri?
Is
Great
Althera
question.
is Althera paying attention? No, she's looking at Tyrus, so she
Okay, but Enka's totally paying attention.
I said for the player. I said for the player.
yeah, but the player doesn't get to know.
Okay,
Oh,
well,
but
Enka
Enka
Meta-knowledge.
is totally paying attention.
Enka's paying attention.
Enka's totally paying attention.
Brooke didn't seem to have any cares in the world. I know your passive insight. So she had no fucks given until the moment they looped arms, and then you see a bit of green start forming in Brooke's hair as she's just like, all right, well, I'm going to go do Captain Things and go start supply running.
Yeah, Tyrus is gonna, after talking with Lilith, catch up with Brooke and Enka.
Enka, what is your response to this?
Enka's going with Brooke because she's got a teaser now. She's totally just like, oh, Brookie, you're so cute.
As
Oh.
Lilith hurries over to Althera, and she's like, so, where do you get shiny things in this town?
Well, I assume, like most towns, they're gonna have a little tchotchke souvenir shop, but that's for cheap shinies. If you want good shinies, we could head to a local jewelry store.
You just see her tail swishing. I would like to say, for player, because of what Nevi had mentioned before, now you understand why her tail isn't a thin little tiefling tail.
You know what? That makes so much more sense now. although I know some people who play with who play tieflings, they also don't have a thin tiefling tail. They have more of like a thicker tail.
Yeah.
But I understand for Lilith now why.
They
So-
can whip the fuck out of you with those things, by the way.
They whip
Yep.
their tail back and forth. They whip
So-
their tail.
As
Shut up,
everyone
Matt.
starts going,
Tyrus catches up to the two, hearing Enka, and goes, "Oh, did Brooks do something adorable again?"
She did, but she doesn't realize
Aw.
she did it.
Brooke blinks confused at them.
I am so sad I missed it. Has a shit-eating grin on his face.
Brooke just eyes both of you up, and she's just like, whatever it is you think that's happening, stop it. And she starts walking.
I don't know what happened.
We seem to split through the town. Brooke, Tyrus, and Enka start heading one way, while Althera, Gadri, and Lilith start heading another. As everyone's looking around, and Brooke is visibly kind of like, eyes are definitely looking all over the place, as this is the first time she has been in Tal'dore.
Tourist mode.
Tyrus
Yeah,
just kind of
Althera is a little bit in tourist mode too.
and Tyrus is walking along, taking in a deep breath. Goes, I almost missed that, Crisp. So, welcome to my home. Or, not
cold.
exactly my home, but my, continental home.
It's cold. Brooke and Enka say in unison.
Well, yes, we are a little north, but not the entire continent is cold.
So, Brooke looks to Enka and goes, "Alright, I think we should do what Gadri wanted to do first, since he got roped into going shopping with the ghost. Let's go ahead and do what he wanted to do. Let's go get food." And she starts walking away.
That sounds like a good idea.
I never turned down a meal.
Enka, your inside is tingling like crazy with Brooke. You do see a couple people outside. People are talking. They're laughing. You see some kids running around. So as Brooke, Tyrus, and Enka go to find a... how do I split people again?
So you go to the scene you want to go to.
Okay.
Down in the player list, you go right click and pull.
Alright. Althera or Gadri, is anyone going to ask, one of the random people where you might acquire jewels, or do you want to just look around?
Althera is asking. She goes to the friendliest looking local, and she's like, "Hi, excuse me. Is there a local jeweler around?"
They look to you and they smile and they go, you see a human male. He looks about 30 or so. He's thinks for a moment. He just smiles and goes, jeweler, I'm not so sure about jewelry per se, but the magic shop tends to have some jewels, components and all that.
Oh, perfect. And then, is there a dress shop in the area?
A dress shop? Yeah, there's clothing shops all around.
Perfect. Thank you, kind sir. She's gonna turn back to Gadri and Lilith, and she's like, "Good news. We can hit up the magic shop first, so Lilith can get her some gems, some little shinies, and then we can head to a dress shop and clothing store to stock up on warmer clothes. And Lilith, get you a cute little outfit." She is in auntie mode.
You see her kind of like her eye twitch a little. She's like, a cute outfit. Maybe.
Something that's versatile, of course, but I definitely want to spoil you today. You've earned it.
I mean, I'm not gonna turn down free stuff.
Perfect. And of course, anything that you want to get, Gadri, we can stop anywhere.
Gadri kind of thinks for a moment. And he goes, "Food, definitely food."
That sounds like a plan.
All right. To get the ball rolling, we'll start with Brooke, Tyrus, and Enka. We managed to talk to a couple people and get the... Gadri, why are you here? Fuck off. And we
Rose
managed
down
to
here.
get the location of a nice inn. The nicer inn of the town as we head over. It is surprisingly a rather big one. Something not 100% expecting for such a small little town. And Brooke looks up at it and smiles. Well, This is nice.
This is. Shall we?
We shall. As Brooke, Tyrus, and Enka walk in,
Opens the door for you.
Brooke
For the
walks
both of you.
on in. Looking around, there's different patrons. There's a bartender, seems to be a half-elf female. She has her hair in a bun. There's another half-elf over at the bartender, also enjoying his time, slinging drinks, taking orders. The female seems to be calling out different numbers for tables. You see like little carvings in the tables. As you see a couple waitresses walking by with the half elf lady looks over to you from the bar and goes, "Oh, go ahead and take a seat anywhere, dear." And Brooke gives a smile. As she looks around and is going to sit by a window because this is a town she's never been before. So she's going to go ahead and take on a seat. I'm assuming Enka and Tyrus follow?
Yep. Just putting commoners around for you.
Why did you go over there? Sir, how dare.
And you could change them if you want. Ah! Throw me through the hallway, don't you?
So, as we're all sitting down and we're chatting, Brooke looks at Tyrus and goes, "So, have you calmed down a little bit since the incident?"
Yes, I've taken some time, considerable time, to reflect. And I have apologized to Lilith.
Good.
However, that I was not okay. I will just say that.
No, you won't.
What'd you say?
No, you won't. And I am hoping that you and Lilith will have a bit of a better understanding of each other, and hopefully whatever happens, when Lilith is ready to talk about it, she will come talk with us.
I'm sure she will, if she does.
Anyway, Enka, have you ever been to Tal'dore?
No, right?
Nope. You have
No.
not. Alright then. Tyrus, what do you think would be good here?
So does he know of any local cuisine in the area, or just like, because he knows what the cuisine is over in Westrun and Amon. Would he know of any commonalities between the two?
You would know that being a port town, it's probably going to be a bit more on the seafood side, but you would expect that they would have some of the, the traditional Tal'dorean food as a waitress walks over to you.
Yeah, he's got to give a nod and goes, can we get a picture of Knee Cracker and any other drinks you guys want? Looks at the two.
It's a knee cracker.
It's one of my favorite drinks. It's a cider. It's actually quite tasty.
I'll give that a try.
Alright, I'll take whatever it is that's local around here.
Same here.
Enka's gonna ask the waitress, like, "You don't happen to have any flaming crabs, do you?"
She kind of blinks for a second and goes, "No, not since maybe 2 weeks ago. We
Darn.
ran out recently. But if you want something that's fiery, I can definitely get you something."
Are mud crabs still a thing?
Sorry, did you say mud or muck?
Mud crabs.
Uh,
Because he has heard of some of Tal'dorian dishes along the coastline. Mud crab is sometimes a delicacy.
she smiles and goes, "Well, you're by a port town, aren't you? There's plenty of crustaceans. I'm sure we have mud crabs."
Sure, let's get a plate of that.
You see Brooke eye kind of twitch. She's just like, I'll take anything that's might not be from the sea. We've been traveling a long way through to ports and on the ocean. And she goes, understandable. And she takes the ride and she goes, I'll bring you a local specialty and some mud crabs and your drinks.
Oh,
What's up? You got something else you want to add?
yeah. I'm trying to think of that one dish. Give me 1 second.
Is it Tyrus's favorite dish?
No, it's a dish he's heard of. You wouldn't happen to
Celery
have
with
any,
peanut butter on it.
you wouldn't happen to have any Gofi Bipo, or is that still only in West Run?
I think that's only in West Run. I'm sorry. We don't
We'd
get
have to
much
stop by West
import
Run.
from. Huh?
He basically said, I guess we're gonna have to stop by West Run while we're here.
Brooke just looks at you and goes, we'll see. We are kind of doing something at the moment, Tyrus. She gives
Yes.
you like a boy behave.
I'm hoping anyone who watches Critical Role knows what that is.
So they head out and they start serving things up as Brooke looks to Tyrus and goes, so how does it feel to be back in Tal'dore?
Well, it kind of feels nice to be back on home soil. Obviously it's not too familiar, but you know, it's nice, like I said.
Well, and Brooke kind of stretches and goes, we'll be here for about 3 days.
All right.
Now the question is,
I do gotta ask. 3 days staying here and then we're leaving, or do you think we could probably squeeze in maybe a visit to West Run?
we have to leave. We have to head to the Syrian Channel, Tyrus.
All right, that's fair.
But this isn't going to be our only trip to Tal'dore. After the Syrian Channel and after we visit Darktoe, we have to make another trip to Stillbent.
Right.
So we'll talk about it then, but for now we should see what's going to happen with our current objectives.
All right.
Good to get sidetracked, Tyrus.
What'd you say?
It's not good to get sidetracked.
I know. Just
I know. Brooke
I've
smiled.
heard so much about Whitestone, and I feel like it would be quite a breathtaking view at some point for us to see.
Brooke kind of looks at Tyrus and she places a hand on his and goes, I think before we go to Whitestone, I think our biggest escapade here in Tal'dore should be West Run first, if anything.
He blinks at that, both eyebrows raised as he goes, West Run.
She gives him a smile and goes, if we come back from Tal'dore and we are not in a rush, I think it's time you see your family. Tyrus, you hear almost a crashing sound and a smack against like glass as a dramatically appropriate time has hit. You turn your head to the window.
Which one?
From the window.
The one
The one
right
right
behind
behind
you. And now, please explain what Tyrus sees as he turns around and Brooke looks up looking scared.
All right. So, having been walking through town, gathering some items and stuff with his companion, a 6'7" tiefling with about foot-tall, twisted red-black horns. He looks emaciated. His dark purple skin looks like he is severely malnourished and almost like it's too tight on his body. He's wearing a black leather, like, you know the short cloaks that they wore in, like, the Victorian era? They go to, like, the elbow.
Yep.
He's wearing that with, like, a leather robe that has an opening around the chest where there's some lighter purple markings on his chest that Brooke would notice are new. That is a whole, like, mess of scar tissue on his chest. He has these black scaleras with golden orange, almost demonic looking eyes. and he is a very fangy boy with very messy, much longer than the last time you saw him, black red hair, tiefling who is pressed up against the window. There is a shopping bag kind of half hanging off of his horn as his companion is gathering up the stuff that he just dropped. And he also has like what might be a piece of parchment or a napkin or something stuck in his shirt. You could tell that he just kind of plastered himself against the window in shock, all of a sudden, not caring what was happening. And he is just staring, breathing heavily, just like, what the fuck?
You hear Tyrus say this exact same thing at the exact same time. What the fuck?
The fuck?
A friend of yours?
Ignoring his companion completely, Thambrix sprints into the fucking inn, all but throws himself at the table, slams his hands down, just, what the fuck?
Thambrix, you see a tiefling in full suit of armor trying to pick up the fallen groceries, looking at them furious. This is a very, very angry tiefling. They are on the shorter side as they're like, this bitch. They have short hair, very short hair, solid black eyes, scars across their face, the symbol of Ione all over their outfit wielding a very big greatsword as they start practically following a trail of knocked over food through the door, like a whole food piece of candy kind of thing.
You can also hover your mouse over the tokens to see a little image.
Yes. If you guys in the chat in the Discord want to look, I also posted pictures as well. But yes, he is sprinting through, like, he trips over people, like, steps over a child trying to run over to his mother, almost takes somebody out with his tail, which is going left and right like a cat who just fucking saw a mouse and is trying to catch it.
Watch it!
Hey, my fucking drink!
You! But what you guys, especially those of you who do know him, notice is that he looks a lot sicklier and not as healthy as he did when he left.
What does Brooke do while he's running in?
Brooke, you can see, is staring, non-moving at him. Her hair is floating upward in bioluminescent colors as she's, like, quite literally looking like she's ready to bolt.
Alright.
Enka?
Go for it.
Seeing Brooke's obvious discomfort, Enka is going to wrap her arms around her, like, protectively, and just goes, "You okay, Brookie? You want me to get rid of him?"
I'm going to be sick. Tyrus, what are you doing?
Tyrus
Oh, that sounds
gets
good.
up as Thambrix is running in, walk around, and he stands in front of Brooke as he looks to Thambrix.
Yep.
And he kind of looks to Thambrix, warm smile on his face, as last time we saw him, he was pale as fuck, and now he's not looking
He looked
pale.
dead.
He looked dead. Actually, if you hover your mouse over Tyrus, you can see his new
Oh, I
look
was
right
admiring the artwork now. The artwork was
Yes.
amazing, by the way. Great job, Maggie.
now. Yes. Actually, I need to update that, but yes. He
Either way.
looks to Thambrix, giving a warm smile, arms out to either side, and as soon as Thambrix comes up, he's going to give him a big old fucking bitch slap.
Roll to hit.
Look, okay, so as this happens, Thambrix thinks he's going in for a hug, so he, like, goes in to give him a hug, and all of a sudden just BAM!
So, shall we do roll to hit with advantage?
Yes, because Thambrix is not expecting this. He's expecting to give his friends a hug. Because he misses these bastards.
I'm going to luck.
God damn it!
Actually, no, not luck. I'm going to, magical guidance.
Oh, you bastard!
There we go.
God damn it!
Thankfully, though, Tyrus, if I remember correctly, has a negative distinct, so it's not like you take damage, you just feel a slap across your face.
No, you take a minimum of +1. Or
Okay, so
you take a minimum of 1 damage.
So
oh
you
no,
get
ow.
slapped
One
across your
damage.
face as you're like, slow motion, running in, and then as soon as you see
It's-
Tyrus holding his hand back, it's that sugar honey iced tea moment.
I was
Take
about to say
0
it's
damage.
Madagascar.
When you feel smack across your face.
It
What
would have been a
the
1
actual
if Tyrus didn't have
fuck,
a -1.
Thambrix?
I could say the same about you, fucker. And mind you,
You-
he's a lot less shy and awkward than you guys remember as well.
Yeah, Tyrus is looking at him, shocked, somewhat happy, but also mostly like shocked and like the
It's like,
last
he hasn't
time.
been in contact, he hasn't called, written, nothing.
Yeah,
You guys probably
you
think he's
have.
dead.
Yeah, the last time we saw you, you went through a fucking portal. You didn't write, you didn't call us, you didn't send. We were fucking worried about you.
Okay, so I obviously have a lot of explaining to do.
Yes, the fuck you do. He looks over to
Brooke,
the he looks over to the
buddy.
he looks over to the waitress and goes, "Waitress, can we make that 2 pitchers of knee cracker, please?"
Make that 3. I'll cover the tab. This one's on me, guys.
Enka, as they're
Yes?
having this conversation, as the slap is happening, as Tyrus and them are arguing, as you put your arm around Brooke, Brooke gets up and you see her walk over to the window and you see her trying to literally bolt this fucking window open as they are chatting.
Does the window even open? Does it look like it can open?
It has
that
to
way?
open, or otherwise that's against fire restrictions.
Do they have fire code in Tal'dore?
Just
Right?
they do. Brooke is halfway out the window as they call for 2 knee crackers, more knee crackers.
It's Fantasy OSHA.
Come
Uh,
with me,
OSHA.
and you'll be in
Tyrus,
a world of OSHA
Enka, what do you
violations.
do?
It's Fosha.
I think it's just gonna get up while they're doing this because she's not gonna fit out that window, and she's just gonna rush past
You're not
everybody
here. This
and
is during the
and
chat.
run
I gotcha.
outside. So while they're doing all that, the big Minotaur is gonna brush past them, trying not to bump into everybody, and rushing out.
Tyrus, you see this as you see a shorter, the short tiefling walk up and go, Rhakethe, what the fuck? Why the fuck did you just walk away?
I see you've also
Uh,
found new friends to replace us as well.
No, it's not. I
You're-
promise, I'm not replacing you guys. It's, so, do you want to sit down and talk? Cause like, a lot's happened, and I might possibly have multiple bounties on my head, but I had no idea existed. And I mean, my dad probably wants me dead. My brother doesn't remember me still, and I'm pretty sure my other brother is still dead. And it's really complicated. And Brooke, why are you climbing out the window?
Tyrus just gives a heavy sigh, reaches
Tyrus,
around, grabs the back of his neck, and pulls him down towards the table.
Tyrus, as you turn around and you hear Tempest go, why are you up the... You see Brooke dashing down the freaking thing, Enka chasing after her.
Tyrus is
Oh
going to
my
try to
God.
bring... Tyrus is going to try to bring Thambrix to a chair at the table and be like, let's have that conversation.
Yeah, by the way, this is my temporary traveling. It's complicated. Like I said, I'll explain it. I legit forgot I forgot her name. I'm so sorry.
You can hover your mouse over them.
Oh,
They-
right. Duh. No, it just says unharmed.
Oh, hold on.
Their name is Lothil, but they go by Lo.
Until-
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, Tyrus, this is Lo, this is my friend that I told you about that didn't have a soul, but didn't have possession of it, and it was complicated. He was the one I told you wanted to climb like a tree when I still didn't know what was going on with my emotions and all that shit, and then I realized he was just a better friend and shit. It was a whole thing. Yeah, this is that guy. This is Tyrus.
So Lothil looks at Tyrus, looks them up and down. Tyrus, you roll a religion check to see if you
My specialty.
the laugh.
Yes.
You see
5.
a lot of eyes on this lady as she looks at you. She's not sitting. She's standing behind the thing. She's holding back, and she looks at Thambrix and goes, "Are you fucking kidding me?"
You said she has a lot of eyes?
Yeah, there's an eye on her chest. There's like a symbol on her chest, a holy symbol, an eye on the cloth that's wrapped around her, and an eye straight on her forehead that's drawn on there. It looks like a holy symbol, but you can't quite place who it is, as the symbol on her chest is a carved face with nothing but 3 eyes on it. As she's looking at Thambrix, like, "Are you fucking kidding? We were on our way to his house. And you're going to stop because of a little friend? I don't care if you want to climb this one. You can climb this. He's shorter than you. She's just looking at you
to be
so
fair,
dumb.
a lot of people are shorter than me.
Yes, I'm aware. I'm very aware.
Listen here, shortstop.
Listen
Are
here,
you doing a
creepy
Scottish
ass.
accent? I love it.
Listen here, creepy ass.
Anyway.
I don't give a shit. You're getting
Listen.
distracted.
I am not getting distracted. They can fucking help us, okay?
Oh my god, are we gonna have to bail you out of something, Thambrix?
No, we're not. No. So you, we're gonna have to do some history here because Lo here wasn't there for my psychotic break during the masquerade.
You see Lo lean towards Thambrix and go, if you're going to do this, if you're going to talk about what we're here for, that should be a conversation. I keep rolling my eyes, I'm sorry. That should be a conversation for...
You're doing a good job. I'm proud of you.
That is a
It's really
conversation for
good.
the private.
No, it's...
Oh, trust me,
I
I've seen his privates.
You see the dial-up tone in Tyrus's head for a second. He's just like, no.
Oh, is this...
Listen,
Lo?
Lo.
I don't
Lo.
care about your butt buddies.
No!
Almost fucked
That
buddy.
never actually happened.
Almost fucked buddy. Almost fucked him.
And like without thinking about it, Tembrik at the top of his lungs just, I never fucked him.
Everything, the bard that's in the corner stops playing. Everyone stops. Parents are staring at you. Kids are mouths agape, and you see the bard look towards all of you in this silent moment where everyone's just staring and just goes, "Insight check."
One kid in the corner just starts crying.
Actually, the insight check that.
No, the bard shouts that. You have no idea what the fuck they're talking about. As they're like, shall I set the mood? As they start playing a song about
business, fucker.
They're like, yeah, turn, and you see them start strumming their lyre as they start playing a song about a guy who just got caught with the side bitch.
So he's playing Colonel Whisper, got it. Anyway.
Yeah, so Tyrus, after looking to Thambrix, giving him his due.
As soon as Tembrik says that, he just kind of drops his head on the table. It's just like, God damn it.
He reaches an arm over Thambrix to Lo and he goes, "Hello, I'm Tyrus Rashad. I have not fucked him, apparently."
She looks at your hand, looks at him, looks at you.
We have a history, Thambrix and I.
You're Tyrus Rashad.
Yes, I am.
Good. And you see her studying your face as she like leans on the table as she takes your hand and goes, "I'm going to remember your face."
Please
Very
do.
well.
Please do. And how much has he told you about his prior group?
How much have you told her, Thambrix?
I haven't.
Thambrix. She looks at him and goes, "Just that he wanted to climb you like a tree. I figured you would be taller." Tell me.
Other way around, dear. Other way around, dear. I was coming on to him.
Lo, I hate you.
I was coming on to him because he's cute and adorable when he gets all flustered.
Shut the fuck up.
That is not the word I would use for him. Out of curiosity, is Brooke Tempest and Orchid Sagethorn here?
Orchid, no. Brooke's the one that jumped out the window.
Good.
Wait, Orchid's not here?
Good.
No.
I will be keeping my eye for them as well. And she gives Thambrix a knowing look as she sits back. And
just kind of sits up and collects himself while she does that.
As you collect yourself and you look, she the waitress walks over, awkwardly placing the food and drinks down, and just like
he hands her like 10 gold. He knows that that's way more than what it's worth, but like he's just like, for causing you a headache, I'm sorry. Just
no. She gives you like this awkward smile, and she just goes, "We heard nothing. If you want private rooms, there's private rooms, buddy." And she just walks away.
That actually sounds like a wonderful idea. Shall we? There are children present.
As
he looks around and realizes that he almost stepped on a child who is still traumatized.
So, y'all move to a private room, and as you sit down in this private room, And Lothil looks across the table at Tyrus and goes, well,
Yes. So,
let's get started. We're going to switch over to the other group who has been patiently waiting.
welcome back, baby.
So much you need to say.
Going to go ahead and activate this scene. As you are all making your way, walking down, the place is nice. It's not royal or fancy or anything, but it's nice.
Max. Matt said he'll be right back. He's not here right now.
That's fine.
That's all right. We don't need him.
Althera
Gotcha.
and Lilith may speak and such. Gadri's following around, keeping his eye out for food. So Lilith is walking with Althera as she's sniffing around. She goes, so, in case you're wondering, this
Yes.
Tal'dore, have you ever been here?
No, me personally, no. My brother's been a few times, but me personally, no. I've read about it in books, in lessons, and of course the odd story that my brother has from his time visiting.
So, you don't know much about Tal'dore?
I would say I know a bit. I studied it quite extensively, especially after I had heard the legends of Vox Machina. Do you know about Tal'dore? Are you from here?
I know a lot about Tal'dore. Yes, I am from here. And I can't say it's great to be back, but it has its charms, I guess. At least that's what Mother always said.
I don't think I've ever heard you talk about your family before.
Nope, because I only have my mom. Well, had her. I don't know where she is now.
Well, maybe one day you'll see her again.
Maybe. I mean, I do have a dad. Hope y'all never meet him.
Well, why don't we go look for that magic shop? Get you those gems I promised you.
She kind of sniffs the air, and you see her nose crinkle a bit as she kind of like looks around a bit nervous. Yeah, let's find that shop. And her eyes kind of narrow as she looks around.
Althera places a comforting hand on her shoulder as if silently telling her, like, I've got your back, or don't worry.
She gives a smile to you and then looks up to Gadri and kind of like looks at him and just goes, move slow, as she continues walking. Gadri following along, still keeping his eye out for food. This area seems to be more of the home goods shops and such rather than the than like actual food places. So as you get to the magic shop, you find that, again, surprisingly, just like the inn, it's a pretty nice and pretty decently sized shop.
Oh, how nice.
Lilith kind of gives it a sniff and goes, smells like there's definitely gems in there.
Well, I would hope so. It is a magic shop. And gems are often components.
Well,
What happened with this map?
I'll say I can't see anything. It's
Uh,
darkness.
I'm trying to put the tokens down. Althera and Gadri. You should be able to see now, question mark?
Yep.
Get to the shop and she sniffs around and she goes, well, let's go. And she hurries on in. Her wings kind of come out for a moment as she lands, as she doesn't run up the stairs, but kind of flies up and over the railing as she heads in.
Althera looks at Gadri and then heads in after Lilith.
Try using arrow keys or BSD Fey. Might be easier for you.
Can't. It won't move.
Gadri, you're walking in, and Lilith has talked
Lilith's in the doorway.
ever so slightly about her family, telling you she hopes you never meet her father, and she doesn't know where her mother is. She's somewhere.
Gadri kind of nods, and he's like, "Yeah, I don't know who my family is either."
She kind of blinks at you and goes, well, I know who my family is. It's just a matter of where my family is. For your sake, and she kind of gives like a smirk to both of you. For your sake, I really hope you never meet my dad. As she just walks in nonchalantly.
He gave a light laugh, and he's all like, "I don't know what you're talking about. We're your family now."
So you kind of wrinkle her nose a little bit, and she goes, sure. And just walks in. You see a very stereotypical looking wizard fellow. He's an older gentleman. He looks human. He looks at all of you and he smiles. And he's just like, welcome to my magic shop. Far traveling. He looks like, stares at Lilith for a moment and goes, huh. And then looks at Althera and goes, huh. And it looks at Gadri and is just like, human, okay. Looking at these two very strange creatures that have just wandered inside. Welcome.
Althera looks very self-conscious when he's like, huh, at her appearance. She's like, oh no.
I don't think I've ever seen you all around here. So.
Gadri moves in front, and he goes, "No, we're new around here."
I can tell. I can very much tell. Where are you folks from? Oh, silly me. I have not introduced myself. Hello. I am Zena. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance and welcome to my wonderful shop. They give you a smirk as they throw their hands out, and in big, bright colors of magic across the air above you, you see Zena's magic potions, ingredients, and more.
Oh, how nice.
What can I do for you?
We're looking for gems.
Gems?
A local told us that there weren't really any jewelers in the area, but there was this shop.
Yes, not much jewelry comes through here unless it's going to be sold for magic components, and that it happens to be my specialty. If you wish to find the jewels, follow me. And they start walking towards the back area where you see an array of different types of gems of all kinds, different cuts, some in cases, some in bags, some just laid around that are on the smaller size, and they go, what are you looking for? What strikes your fancy? Althera, you
Althera
notice
just kinda
that there
looks at
is
Lilith.
tiny little creatures that you would assume are... You would assume they're familiars. They give you the same kind of vibe, but you have a feeling like they're there to make sure you don't take nothing.
Fair enough. She looks at Lilith and she's like, well, what do you like?
She looks around and she kind of looks at the gems, her eyes looking towards some of the rubies, and goes, these are really shiny.
Yes, rubies are very nice.
She kind of leans down to sniff one and goes, how much are these worth? And the shopkeep smiles and goes, well, they can be worth many different prices depending on the size. What are you looking for, little one? And she's just kind of looks around and picks up a couple small ones, and she's like, I think I can make some earrings out of these.
Oh, that sounds like a lovely idea.
She looks up towards you and then looks towards Gadri.
So, how much for those 2 rubies?
They seem to be on the small size. They're not like super micro tiny. The size of about a D20, a normal size D20.
Okay.
And they look towards and
That's
go,
big girl. That's a big rock.
I say that's a pretty big ruby.
I'm aware. So they look they look down towards them and goes, well, for bigger sizes it tends to be 5,000. For the smaller sizes it is about 1,000.
1,000
Gold.
gold. So I did hear you correctly. She looks at Lilith and she's like, damn, my little sister really wants these gems. One way or another, I'm getting her these gems. And she looks at Zen and she's like, I'm sure we can haggle down the price.
They kind of like narrow their eyes at you and go, we can certainly try, though. Where did you say you all were from?
Althera thinks for a minute because she can't say the Pallid Grove. She's like, from the menagerie.
I see. The menagerie is quite beautiful up there. What did you do in the menagerie? Were you just common sailors? You look a little more rough and tumble than the common sailors. Gadri, what are you doing at this point?
Gadri is mostly just watching, making sure that everything's, everything's on the up and up as his stomach is grumbling.
He's so
Looming.
hungry.
Gadri
So-
loom.
Yeah, so what you're saying is Gadri is looming.
Yeah, Althera looks at Zen and she's like, I was but a humble performer, making ends meet here and there.
Roll a deception check.
Oh no! Please be nice to me, dice gods.
Hey!
A performer, huh? Well,
Yes.
that's great for you. And they kind of look towards Gadri, who seems to be more, bulkier with the armor and stuff. And they're like, "Are you her bodyguard? Boyfriend? Husband?
No.
Grandfather.
No.
Grandfather's that
No.
weird."
Gadri kind of laughs and he goes, "No. I'm very much a security detail type thing.
So
I make pretty much, yeah. What is the term? Security escort." He goes with like a they had a fancy title for it type face.
I see. So nothing but common performers. A shame. Well,
Althera's a very tense smile.
well. I don't know how much we can haggle down the price, my dear, but now, and you see they give kind of like a smirk to Lilith and go, now, if you were some real ferocious beings, that would have piqued my interest more as they start to walk away. Well, let's discuss the price.
Gadri and Lilith can see Althera starting to sweat a little bit, like not like it's gonna start staining her clothes, but like she's nervous.
You see Lilith kind of look to you and mouth, "Why did you lie?"
I thought she's like, well, I thought if he knew my status, bad is he would upcharge? They tend to do that.
She just kind of looks at you confused and goes, well, they're common performers, I guess. She says this kind of like a, but I am an adventurer. And he looks to her and gives her like raises an eyebrow almost as if he doesn't believe her and go, adventurer, huh? You sure about that, kid? You're awfully young. Yes, I am quite the experienced adventurer at that.
What's Lilith's full name? Is it just Lilith? Like, does she have like a last name?
She never gave you one.
Lilith,
Okay,
Bobilith,
fuck.
Banana Fana, Fofilith, Me, My, Momilith.
Because I was gonna like really play her up, and Althera's like, oh, you know what? Yeah. She's Althera's gonna play it up a little. Say, oh, you haven't heard? I would have thought, being in a port town, especially, you would have gotten some news of the great Lilith. Though I suppose some crazed wizard hunkered away in his shop wouldn't know much.
They give you a smirk as they say, a great adventurer by the name of Lilith. You see them stroking their long white beard as they say, now why would a great adventurer be traveling with measly little performers? They look towards you.
Well, obviously, you need some way to soothe your mind after adventuring.
Ah, so you are nothing but a humble bard, singing silly little tales. I see. So, Lilith, are you quite powerful? And Lilith kind of like puffs their chest out. Of course I am.
I say, you see Althera's like forked tongue, like her slightly forked tongue, flicker out a little bit, like she is looking at this wizard with malintent.
Gadri, how are you feeling? What are you doing?
And Gadri is just standing behind them with his arms crossed, very much in a I'm paid to be here type way.
As they look
Escort,
to you.
huh?
Trying to make sure and keeping his part being played.
They smile at both of you and they nod. I see. So, Lilith, if you are quite powerful and you are such a great adventurer, you have no problem paying the tab. Isn't that right? Lilith looks to them and goes, you said that you wanted to work something out, right? Well, what do you want to work out? They give a smile and they go, I'm not sure only one adventurer could handle such a task. I was willing to chop down the price, but I needed some extra special ingredients from the forest nearby. But seeing as you are nothing but one adventurer and some common friends, I don't think you would need to worry yourselves about some meager task. They look to Althera.
At this point, Gladio, her familiar who hasn't made much of an appearance, pops up and like snaps like right in front of Zena's face and hisses, and she's like, well, I may have downplayed my abilities, but I assure you we can handle whatever task you have for us.
They look to Gadri and they size Gadri up and down. How hard can you hit things?
Yes.
Gadget just kind of goes, hard enough that most things die.
And you, they look towards Althera. With that forked tongue, I am assuming you are of reptilian kind.
Yuan-Ti, yes.
Even better. So you would know your way around poisons and venoms.
Althera kind of raises an eyebrow and she's like, what do you have planned, Magic Man?
I am so glad you asked, they said as they stand up. I have been waiting for some nice adventurers to come through. We always get the boring little salesperson trying to sell off trinkets, so on and so forth, and coming in to buy, unfortunately, nothing of fun. Now, I I'm glad you asked what I have planned, because what I have planned for all of you was a small little request, and I will gladly hand over these 2 lovely gems. Should you accept the task of braving the forest? He gives a
Go
smirk to
on.
both of you, the 2 older ones, as they say, "This town is quite the lovely little place. But something's lurking in the woods, and I need its heart." And that's where we're going to switch over to the next group.
Huh?
Back with Brooke and Enka. Enka, you have been chasing Brooke as she's running down the street, as Brooke finally stops to catch her goddamn breath. Enka?
I was waiting for the map to change. So Enka finally catches up to Brooke, and you know, being the soldier that she is, she's perfectly fine. But
Brooke is
over here
dying.
dying.
Brooke is leaning over, dying right now.
Jogging in place.
I could just
Oh my
like,
god.
crouches down next to her, and just goes, "We really need to work on your stamina. You didn't get too far."
Fuck you. Oh my god.
Wasn't that what we were working on the ship?
Yep.
Yep.
You're supposed to be working
Needs
on
more
her
work.
strength.
Inka's asking all this jogging in place.
I
So
did not.
you gonna tell me why you ran out of there?
I didn't expect him to be here. I wasn't ready.
Well, who was it?
His name is. And she kind of like falters a bit as she's looking to the side. His name is Thambrix.
Hmm. And what is he? Ex or something?
Kind of? An ex-brother, I guess you could say, or an ex-party member. I don't know. He's something. That's what he is.
Huh. I'm glad he's not an ex-lover because he's totally not your type.
No, I don't do tieflings. Well, and she's like, well, Ophelia doesn't count, but I. She kind of
You
like,
keep cutting out.
God damn it.
No, she's doing it on purpose.
I don't do tieflings. Ophelia doesn't count, but she just kind of takes a deep breath and goes, I haven't seen him in quite some time, and we did not really. And she just kind of like looks around and she's like, it's complicated. He left me with a lot, and and she just kind of sighs. Just a lot.
I get it. You know, siblings can be a real pain in the ass sometimes. Especially when you have to clean up after their messes.
And
You see she gets like a dark look in her face real quick before she shakes her head and she's back to her normal self.
You see Brooke's hair kind of flare. She's like, clean up his messes. He literally got one of the party members killed and then left. He promised so fucking much and he left. I helped him kill his fucking brother and he left.
Yeah, that's a lot.
She takes a deep breath and goes, I don't know if I can face him. Last time I spoke to him, he seemed rather annoyed that I contacted him. I don't know if I want to face him or if I can face him or anything about like that. It was a shock to see him, and I don't deal with my problems well. I run from them.
You don't say. Couldn't have guessed.
She looks at you like, and what about you, Miss MIA?
Hey, this is not me running from my problems. This is me trying to solve them. In a different sort of way.
Because you can say that I am trying to solve my own problems my own way. And my own way is back to the ship. And then you
You
hear
do know
Brooke's stomach
Tyrus is
growl.
just gonna bring him to the ship, right?
You hear Brooke's stomach growl. She's just like, not without permission? She says hopefully.
Enka
Tyrus
gives
comes
an
there with a ring. No, I'm just kidding.
Enka gives like an unbelieved huff. It was like, you can hope. Stands up and goes, come on, if we're going back to the ship, we might as well get something to eat while we're there. I wonder how much I can mess with before Althera gets mad at me.
Brooke kind of looks up to the sky and goes, why? Tal'dore is so fucking big. Why?
Why? Because you have shit luck, obviously.
She just looks at you like, wow.
I mean, look at
This
Gadri.
insight. No, maybe we should find Gadri and them first. Let them know what's going on.
Yeah, I mean, if you have as much history with this guy as you say, Gadri should know about it.
She gives like a long sigh before she pulls out her copper wire and casts sending and goes, Gadri, Thambrix is here. And,
A loud groan can be heard all across.
Thambrix is here, and, I left him alone in the tavern with Tyrus. When you can, we should meet up. And she sends it out.
3 words left. Now you can reply.
Do. Shut up.
What did I ever do to you, Gadri?
Gadri says, anchors away, let's go.
Is that really what he says?
This is Tyrus's home. We can leave him here. It's fine.
Should I?
What is
You know what,
Gadri's
Tyrus? Fuck it. Let's go
response?
start our own adventure with blackjack and hookers.
No, Gadri goes, so are we meeting up then?
Brooke thinks for a moment. I feel bad if we just drag them away from what they were doing.
Well, let's just go join them on their errands. I give you more reason not to run into Thambrix.
Cast sending. Where are you?
I know how to run this ship.
The wizard staring at you like.
Yeah, I was about to say I should probably mention just Faye and or Althera and Lilith are just suddenly hearing Gadri start talking for no particular reason.
It's very noticeable that he's like speaking into his ring.
Oh no, sending is different.
She's not using the ring
Oh.
yet. She's using the actual spell, so no subtitles.
So you're legit just standing there going,
Althera looks at Gadri and she's like, "Is everything all right?"
He nods a little bit and he goes, "Yeah, getting a sending from the captain."
Her ex is in town.
Oh, all right. Does she need anything?
She's asking where we are.
And did you tell her where we are?
He kind of looks around and he goes, "Yes, I told her our exact coordinates because I know that much."
Brooke stands there.
And that's what Brooke hears.
Brooke
As-
stands there and she's
as,
staring off
as
into
the
space.
message cuts off.
She's staring up into space. She's like, the fuck?
Yes,
Ugh.
I told Brooke my exact, and that's what she hears.
Oh. That
All right,
man.
well, here, let me, and Althera is gonna cast sending. I had to close Foundry because my computer is about to explode. So I will be doing everything from D&D Beyond now.
Okay, theater of the mind for you.
Yes.
So
I'd rather my my fucking 8-year-old laptop not kill.
I'll help you with that
I
later.
mean, that's valid. You know, that's completely 100% valid.
so yeah.
Oh no, trust me, Skelly. I have it on the lowest potato mode.
So Enka,
Ew.
you see Brooke stare off into space as she's listening, and she just goes, "Oh, that fucking man!"
But yeah, Althera's gonna cast a message.
love 'em.
That's what she used, right? It was message
Sending.
or sending. Yeah, I know I have it.
What do you send?
Apparently, I don't have it. So she sends to Brooke, and she's like, "Is everything okay? Do we need to meet you somewhere?" Also, this is Althera.
You can reply to this message.
Brooke just goes,
Hey, Corgi.
I need to know your location so we can meet up. And that's the last you
Althera,
hear.
Althera responds, "We're at," and she's not like glaring at Zanna. She's like, "We're at Zanna's magic shop."
Brooke, you hear the reply going, all right, I'll head that way. As Xana's like, you see Zanna staring at you like, bruh, we are in the middle of a conversation. This is rude as fuck.
Yeah. Yeah, well, you know what? I didn't need you insulting my intelligence anymore with your words.
Enka, as you say, but you love him, you see Brooke's freaking ears go light purple, and she's like, just looks at you and goes, didn't you say that you love Ixtal?
I do love Ixtal. I love all the hard parts of Ixtal. You want me to listen?
No, love isn't the word you use. You said in love. As she starts walking.
No, I didn't. You have no proof of this.
Mine like a steel trap. Mine like a steel trap, she says as she starts walking to go find this shop.
Waddle, waddle, waddle.
Can I ask you a question, though? She says, kind of looking to the side. Well, we're on the topic
Go ahead.
of things. You said you had siblings, right?
Yeah, got like 5 of them.
Have you ever given advice on certain topics? The more she says it, you see the more she's like looking more and more away.
If only. No. Unfortunately, I had to leave before then.
And she just kind of like heaves a heavy sigh. Sometimes I wish Riviera was still around.
I mean, you could try asking that robot friend of yours. I mean, she's been around a lot longer than we have, right? Does he have a ton of kids?
They're all adopted, and I don't know if Ruby understands the concept of falling in. And she kind of stops herself. She goes, the concept of having two people argue about her.
I guess we just have to stumble about this topic together.
she just heaves a heavy ass sigh as you see her normally fluffy looking waves of hair go completely flat and dark as she's walking.
Cheer up, Brookie. That's what alcohol is for.
Well, I have none. And that's where we're going to switch over back to Thambrix as they make their way to the path.
So Tyrus is in the middle of cracking into a mud crab as he goes, and then we killed Napkin, and
His name was Nethkin.
That's what I said.
Thank you. You said Napkin. You need to stop calling him Napkin.
No. And I had no respect for him. You know this.
I didn't either, but whatever. But yeah, so
yes,
that's
all right.
What
you
happened?
Two are both very pretty. Now, instead of chatting on about the past, how about we talk about the present? What the hell's happening now?
Anyway, so now that you know what happened before I met you, Tyrus.
Well, actually, we didn't mention the best part about how once we killed Napkin, we had a portal open with our Fae friend, and you decided to step through with them. We never saw you again.
Okay, I was getting to that. Okay, so
you hear a crunch as the crasser crab.
I feel like this is some sort of unspoken threat, by the way.
It very much is.
Oh, good God. I'm just picturing the fucking scene from our high school host club now where she's, like, aggressively eating crab. Anyway.
As you do this, Tyrus, in a, like, a passive-aggressive, threatening way, Thambrix, you know that Lothil is in charge of you at the moment. You see
Yes.
her staring directly at Tyrus, and you can see that her hand is firmly on her weapon is next to her, and you see her firmly ready to grab it and slice forward if needed, as she's just staring at Tyrus, unblinking, solid black eyes.
Can I have her get an insight check on me?
All right, Thambrix, talk as I roll this insight. Skelly, message me the results.
Thambrix looks at Lo, just don't stab my friend. And Tyrus just God, could you guys stop trying to like outdo each other on the big dick energy here? We've got enough shit to talk about, okay?
Lothil doesn't speak, as doesn't say anything on the whole big dick energy thing, just looks over towards you and goes, I don't take my orders from you.
Yes, I know. You're in charge. Tyrus, so you know how I kind of sort of fucked off and that whole shit happened. So
I hadn't noticed, but please continue.
Smartass. That hasn't changed. Good to know that you just have more smartassery. So I had every intention of going and potentially legally undermining my father and removing him from the throne, and well, it's a little more complicated than I thought. So when I left you guys, there was like about half the population left when I was a kid. The number's gotten smaller, like a lot smaller, and yeah, I have to go actually kill my dad now and potentially stop a cult of Vecna, and I am actually technically a prisoner right now, thanks to our friend here, because my family name has gotten me in a lot of trouble apparently, and even though I didn't say a damn word about it, somebody recognized me, she heard, and now I'm being held at sword point, and if I fuck up, she's gonna stab
Thambrix,
me.
you feel someone stomp a heel into your toes.
So Tyrus glances over to Lo. Huh. So you're his mommy.
She
Do
looks
not
to
ever
you.
no, do not.
She looks to you unfazed and goes, and looks towards Thambrix and says, you still have much to learn. If you allow every little comment to get to you, you are really going to suck on the throne. She looks to Tyrus.
That is not at all related to what is going on here, okay? I know this fucker. I barely know you. The only reason I'm tolerating you is because you threatened to fucking stab me, okay?
She looks to you and she goes, the only reason you're tolerating me, funny. I believe the only reason I'm tolerating you is because we have a deal. And she's looking at you as in a very much a, if it's not for Lo here, you would be fucked. Anyone who's in this rebellion is standing behind them, not you. She is vouching for your.
Oh, I'm fully aware.
So she's looking at you like you are out of line as she's looking at you.
So Tyrus
looks at Tyrus and just like, yeah. So I was almost deadified from a dead. The final go lay in the Raven Queen's box.
He gets
and
it. She freaking stares at you.
Yeah, I gotta say, being dead is overrated. He looks over to Lo and goes, so, was this about a rebellion I've heard of?
She looks to you and her eyes narrow. She's like, that's a need-to-know basis.
Well, let's just say that, we have a vested interest in good old Thambrix here. And he has some emotional debt with our party that I'm sure he would love to pay.
So,
Pay.
just so I can brace myself, I'm just gonna run through the list here. The pet Ruby is still around, yes?
No, she went back off to her workshop.
Fair
She does,
enough.
she does she does occasionally come to the ship though.
Good to know. Uh, does Peck still do the fuck you Brooke thing?
Less so, but she's been radio silent lately. I don't know why.
Hey, you said Orchid's not around.
No, she left soon after you did.
Well, and he looks a little sad. He just kind of nods and goes, "Well, with how he left things, I'm not surprised. I hope she's happy with wherever she ends up." Um, let's see. I'm trying to. Gadri. He's still around, right?
Very much so. And by the way, doing just as bad as you are right now.
So,
Wait. Oh fuck. Okay, so that's that. And then and he runs through the list, going, "Did I forget anybody?"
We
Lilith
have
Oh,
new
clears their
friends.
Anysia.
throat.
Oh fuck. And like for a second, he goes, "Oh yeah, Anysia." Oh fuck, Anysia.
You
Oh
hear,
no.
you hear Lil clear their throat and go, now, I think a more important thing that we should come to an understanding on is the fact that this one, and she points at Thambrix, is quite busy. They will not be repaying any debts towards you anytime soon.
Well, I'm
Not
sorry to
until-
say.
As soon as she,
Well,
so
I'm sorry to say, Lo, but we had him first.
if I may, as soon as she says that, for the first time since like before the napkin incident, like the last time y'all saw him get pissed off was when he stabbed his brother in the neck, no fucking holds bar. He actually gets legit pissed off, but this time he looks a little more demonic when he does it and just, you have no right to talk about that shit, Lo. I am here to help you and everything, but you will bite your fucking tongue right now.
She looks at you unfazed and she goes, you are under a contract with me, and I don't care about your little debts that you need to square up with them. You know that you are running out of time.
I've been running out of time for a very long time, and you know what? We can get the Residuum back to them as soon as fucking possible. We have to fucking get it first, which we'd gone to Whitestone would have happened a lot sooner, but no, you didn't want to fucking go to Whitestone, so I don't want to fucking hear it.
Tyrus looks at him and goes, "Did you say residuum?"
This is supposed to be out loud.
She freaking
The
stands up.
fuck are you into, man?
She stands up and she looks down at both of you and she goes, Rhakethe? And you know she doesn't use that name lightly.
No,
You-
she doesn't. Oh,
And
fuck.
you see she grips the handle of the hilt of her sword as she leans down towards you and goes, listen, and listen carefully. If you do not do what you are promised, not only must I remind you this, not only will I take your father's head, your mother's head, your brother's head, yours, but you have also given up 3 of your close companions' heads. I suggest you to stop with your little piss party. Focus on the mission at hand. She looks at Tyrus and goes, the residuum that you hear of is going to be one of our keys to stopping what's happening. We don't go to Whitestone. And she kind of like almost literally stabs near, quite literally your foot, but near it, and goes, because someone reeks of Vecna. You think that anyone in Whitestone, if the Rolos got a whiff of you, do you think they would really want you in their town? No, you know why we are here. You know why we are doing it this way. I suggest you shut your fucking mouth.
Oh my god! If you two are going to Whitestone for
She
residuum,
slams the
you are going
great
the
sword
wrong
onto the
way.
table. I am not done talking. Human.
He does not flinch at all as he reaches down, grabs his cup, and just sips as he's staring at her.
She freaking looks at you and she just looks so tired of Thambrix and of you. I am going to go get the residuum. You are going to chat with your friend here. But remember, you leave this area, you leave without me. And you know
Although
what will happen. She stands
If I may, Lo,
Before you
have you
go, Lo,
forgotten about your little friend? And he points to the stone hand that sits where Hemlock used to sit on his shoulder.
the fuck happened to Hemlock?
I'll get to that in a minute.
Yeah.
Forgot.
But Lo, if I may,
Hmm.
these, as you call them, loose ends, might be able to fucking help us. Did you ever consider that?
We don't need their help, and I do not
Right
want
now,
you. I do not want you bringing anyone onto this because, again, you are not in control. I am. You do as I say. Now, hang out with your little buddies for a little while, and I will be back. And she freaking lifts the blade, and it was sunk deep into the wooden floors as she walks out. She goes, "Remember, your head, his head, little Brooke's head, and Orchid's," and slams the door as they walk out.
Mom said you can't stay over.
Tyrus just leans back in his chair with his mug in his hand. He goes, "So you have a dummy mommy now?
Not by choice.
Please tell me you're
No,
not. Please tell me you're not actually going to Whitestone for Residuum."
No, we were going to, but as she pointed out, I'd probably be shot on sight.
For more than
By-
just for more than just your looks, you do realize they highly regulate that and would shoot you on sight just for asking without actually knowing anybody, right?
Oh yeah, I'm fully aware. And I also found out recently, like since I left home a few years ago, that my family has since been put on the no-fly list to Whitestone as we were talking about going. So trust me, we're not going to Whitestone. But I do have to say, I know this is gonna be shocking to hear, but I'm in trouble, man.
No shit.
My intentions were to go about this legally, which obviously didn't happen. I didn't even make it halfway to my hometown before I was grabbed by these people who thought they could use me as leverage against my father, and then only to find out hours later that my father has put a hefty price on my head, alive only.
Okay, be honest with me. How deep in shit are you?
I might not live to see the next summer festival.
So, right, carnival, deep shit. Gotcha.
Like, I would take the carnival over this.
All right. You know, you bring us to the nicest places, Thambrix.
Oh, I know, it's such a great habit. Remember that fire elemental? Such a great companion.
The Feywild was also fantastic.
Still fucking mad about that fucking magic missile gone wrong, but that's another story. But no, if I may, DM,
What's up?
did we confirm that she put like a magical binding curse contract on him to keep him from breaking his promise?
Oh yeah, she made you blood a hunter oath that shit on not only your name but your heart, your literal heart.
Okay, I can remember if we confirmed that or not. That's all. And because that is a thing, Thambrix will, like, because you can obviously the scarring and stuff like from having the shit kicked out of him, but he moves his shirt a little more, and there's the mark of the basically do this or die over his heart, just going, I was not given a choice this time.
Oh, look at that. All right, well, I will say, if you are going to look to us, you're going to have to go further down into the ground grovel at Brooke, because you know you left her. And when you left her, it hurt her to the point it changed her a bit.
I don't expect her to accept any form of apology, whether I put myself through the 7 hells with how deep I have to go or not. I wouldn't be surprised if she pulls out a fucking sword and stabs me if I see her. And you know what?
Yeah.
I will fully admit that I'll have it coming. I am fully ready to accept any and all consequences of that. If you guys want to use me as a fucking tiefling punching bag, I'll take it. But things have escalated. Quick question, DM. Would I have heard rumors about my sibling that I've been kind of unintentionally looking for, or is this completely unknown to me?
You were told by Lamora. No. Yeah. So you were told not only by Lamora, but a couple of your friends that basically the last thing I told you you saw, you heard of, was what you heard.
Okay. So did Lamora give me a name by any chance?
No. Just simply where they were last seen and
What
how
they look like?
Yeah, what they looked like.
Ooh, okay. I
So
can work with that.
where is Hold on. I have it right here. The description that was given to you.
I would appreciate that because my computer that my notes were on is completely dead. I cannot revive it anymore.
Oh damn.
Oh, buddy.
Yeah, no, my desktop is actually fucked. I'm currently borrowing my roommate's computer, so because he would trust Tyrus enough to confide in him that part of the reason that he's agreeing to all this is that he is looking for this person, and he would have a description because he needs to know what they look like, obviously. Does that make sense?
There we go.
Okay. So as they're sitting there, Thambrix will just kind of sit back and just like, so this isn't the only reason, like the residuum and everything is obviously important, but I heard rumors that there was another kid born into the family after I left. But so when I left, the last time I talked to Lamora, she told me about a little girl that was born to my family that he's sitting here trying to recall how she was described. And then just, well, it was an image of a little girl who turned into a dragon, and I thought it was like a weird ass Feywild thing. I don't know if it was my dad or my mom that had her, but this is my mom left. There's now a kid that can turn into a dragon, and I think she'd be about 13, 14 years old now.
And does Thambrix give him a description?
I'm waiting to see if Max DMs me anything.
Does Tim? You can say if he gives the description.
Yeah, he gives a description of what he was told.
What you were told was a girl around the age of 10, about 4 years ago. She seemed to resemble the family, and the people who encountered them barely made it out alive. They managed to crack the dragon's horn, but the last I saw was the parents flying off. You're unsure if this child is going to be used for evil, or if your mom has run off to seek a different life, but you know that if the Rhakeths get dragons, there is no hope for the rebellion.
So basically,
Yeah, so he describes the kid in detail, and it's
okay.
Not metagaming, but may or may not be traveling with you guys.
Yeah, I picked up on that. Tyrus is going to be so. Thambrix basically, like, yeah. So he looks at Thambrix and goes, "And what's your intentions with this girl?"
I want to help her. Like, if we do share a dad, and if my dad does get a hold of her, that's it. There is no Tal'dore. There is no favorite. Everything is gone.
God.
If the Rhakethe family does manage to revive Vecna like the Briarwoods tried years ago, and they get dragons, I don't want her to be treated like I was. I don't want to see her tortured and broken and beaten by that monster. And you see, as he's talking, there's tears in his eyes, like actual genuine tears.
Yeah, Tyrus is just pause as he just looks at his drink. Fuck.
And that's where we're going to switch over to
Fuck?
the other group.
No! You bitch!
Back at the
And-
magic shop, everything has happened. You've gotten the messages, and the old wizard man, looks towards you all as he was heading into the back of his shop and turns to all of you like, well, are you coming? As Lilith has run over, excited for this, whatever it is.
Althera gives Gadri a nervous look before joining them. She doesn't trust this magic man.
Gadri is definitely. He's definitely got his hand on his mace, so.
As y'all make your way back, they go to another door. Lilith is following. You see that she's practically jumping on her heels, Althera. She's excited for whatever this is.
Oh.
Come on in, adventurers, come on in. And what you see inside is crazy, absolutely insane. There is chemicals everywhere. There is potions brewing. There's a forge in one side, something that is radiating heavy magic energy on another side. There is all different kinds of bobs and ends and magical components and alchemy components just everywhere. It's all organized. It's beautiful. Althera's eyes are sparkling.
Yeah, they are.
Lilith's eyes are doing 100 calculations. Like, I don't know what any of this shit is, but it looks super cool.
But
And
what?
Gadri is there too.
You cut out Mags. It looks what to Lilith?
Confusing as fuck. She doesn't know what it is. It's confusing, but it's super cool.
Oh. Yeah, Althera is a bit like a kid in a candy shop right now.
So, welcome to my magic area. It's quite a small little area compared to what I am used to, but nonetheless, and they continue walking, I need the heart of a specific beast that is in the woods. Very dangerous, very, very dangerous.
Do you have a description of the beast?
They kind of pause for a moment as you say these words, and they're like, I could give you a description, but what would be the fun? Adventurers love the mystery. As they give you a smirk.
Perhaps. But adventurers also like to know what they're up against.
And they kind of heave a heavy sigh. True.
Yeah, she's
true.
not letting her little sister in any type of danger because this little old magic man wants his thrill. He can go fuck himself.
So, there's two of them. Sisters, if you would. They have been causing quite the commotion around town, and I have found a couple of interesting tomes that would allow me to use their hearts to do some crazy things, amazing, ancient things. Now, have you ever heard of a hag?
Oh, there is her tense smile drops immediately. She's like, oh no.
Yes, yes, oh no, how dangerous they are. There's two. They are particularly nasty, and I need you to go and kill them. Bring me their hearts, and we can talk about these wonderful gems this little one seems to adore so much.
Gladio, who has been like floating beside Althera, if snakes could have eyebrows, he'd have two little angry eyebrow lines. her familiar does not like this wizard, and kind of like curls protectively around Lilith, or around one of Lilith's horns. It's a small familiar, and it kind of hisses at the wizard.
They have a
Althera
wild
smiles
look
and
in
she's
their
like,
eyes.
they have a wild look in their eyes.
Mhm.
Althera smiles though, and she's like, I suppose that would be fine.
And what does your compatriots say? They say looking towards Gadri. Are you fine with it?
Okay. Mic muted. Sorry about that. Gadri kind of takes a breath and he goes, if we're going to be hunting a hag,
Two hags.
two hags, we might need to talk to the captain about it.
You have
Good
more
idea.
friends. I see. That's going to be quite interesting. Quite interesting indeed. Someone has entered the shop. You see them kind of like tilting their head as Brooke and Enka kind of peek in. And
Althera
Brooke's
looks relieved when she sees Brooke. She's like, "Oh, thank
You don't
goodness
see
you're here,
Brooke.
Captain."
at
Oh, we
all.
don't see.
Can
You went into two
Oh,
different
okay.
doors in the back.
can
Oh.
Tyrus send a message over the ring at this point?
Do you know which way they went? Because message, you need to know the area, the direction.
The
No,
ring.
wait. The rings are different. Never mind.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Tyrus comes over the ring. There's going to be some extra things happening whenever he sends this message that I will let you know in DMs, but basically the message says, make sure Lilith is off the streets and hidden now.
Who do you send this to?
Brooke.
Would you send it to
That's
Brooke,
what
or
he
would
just
you
said,
send
he
it to
sent it to Brooke.
Gadri, who is with Lilith?
He does not know that.
Yes, you do. You all split
Yeah,
up.
you do.
Yeah, when you guys split, you knew that Gadri went with Lilith.
Okay, then yeah, I'll send it to both.
Okay, so you send it in a general sense of a bubble. Thambrix, your ring glows because you still have your ring.
Oh yeah, no, he's
And you are within distance.
Okay,
So fun fact, if I may, just for flavor, he's actually been sending messages this entire fucking time. He's just been out of goddamn range, you assholes.
okay,
So you
so
all
He's
suddenly
literally
get an
talking to the abyss
influx.
the entire time.
okay,
So you all
so
suddenly get an influx of Tambrix's messages.
you have 1,463 unread messages.
So Tyrus, as you send this out,
Sneaky bitch.
you see Tambrix's ring start to glow.
All right, no, actually, so the thing I was going to say with Tyrus, before he sent that message, he was going to excuse himself.
That's fine.
And he was going to walk outside to the back and say this, and as he left, he put a wall of force around Thambrix. Like, sleight of hand.
Okay, roll sleight of hand. Thambrix, roll perception.
Rolling perception. Let's see if my dice fucking hate me like they always do. Let's see if this is like the old times, folks.
Oh, damn.
Let's see if you notice all the oxygen stop around you.
It doesn't stop oxygen.
I know, I'm being facetious.
So,
Did it roll? Oh.
you did.
God fucking damn, I got a nice roll, but fuck you.
Natural 20, 26.
So,
He's also going to make sure that Lo does not see him.
low left.
Low left.
Yeah, he doesn't know where Lo went, so he's going to make sure that he is out of her view, away from
okay.
Thambrix as he sends this message.
So, Thambrix, you're sitting down, you're sipping on your drink. Many different
Sipping
feelings
on
are rolling
gin
through your
juice.
body. And then you see, what color is your wall of force? Is
Invisible.
Oh, it's invisible? Alright, then never mind. You're sipping on your drink, waiting for Tyrus to get back. He said he needed to use the little boy's room.
Uh-huh.
when your ring starts to glow and you see that message.
Yeah, basically after he said fuck, you go fuck, I go, I need to go take a shit. I'll be right back.
Okay.
And then you
Thambrix.
get a message on your ring saying, hey, get Lilith out of the street and hidden now.
As soon as Thambrix sees that message, it clicks. Oh yeah, I can use my ring now. Also, wait, what? How many words are allowed with the message?
25, I believe.
Okay. Without thinking, let's see.
So
Sorry,
we'll get back
dogs.
to Thambrix in a moment.
Yeah, I need to refill the dog's water while you guys do your thing.
Gadri, you and Brooke get this message.
Gadri gets the message and he kind of goes, these people are going to be the death of me.
You look up to talk to Lilith and you see she's across the room messing with some weird contraption. Enka, you look down at Brooke's ring
Althera's right next to her.
as you see the words coming off of Brooke's ring as Brooke just goes, what the fuck? The fuck is happening
Can't we
now?
just have a nice day? Why is there always something?
Apparently not. And she starts shouting, Althera, Gadri, hello?
Also, apparently message has no word limit.
Oh, well then.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
nice.
Althera and
Gadri?
Lilith are so enthralled with this little potion machine.
Gadri, you can hear Enka and Brooke looking around
You hear
Um,
Enka stomping everywhere.
the Zenna, the wizard's looking at you like, and it has announced that there is people that are in the shop. Enka, when you see the open back door, you see a homunculus, a little homunculus. They're medium. I think they're like small creatures. Stand in front of the door, like, sorry, employees only, as they look at you. And
Someone
then
comes
you
up to her
see
knee.
another
Could
one
punch you.
pop up near you, next to you, as it looks to you, sitting on the counter, and holds up a little pieces of paper. One that says, "Hi, I'm Cinnamon. What you buying?"
Oh my god, you're adorable!
I love this shop. We need to come back.
They stare at you.
Like, I'm not here to buy anything yet. I'm looking for my friends. Have you seen them?
You see them pause, looking at you. That you're twitching as they start shuffling through their cards and pull out one that says, "No?" Question mark.
Oh.
As Brooke looks at it, Inka, you recognize these little creatures. Brooke has made one of these creatures for her son before. And
You gave your son one of these things? They're so cute.
Brooke goes, "Yes, I made it with his blood. Where is
Oh.
your master, your creator?" And Cinnamon kind of looks across the street, not the street, the way towards the one that's in front of the door, and you see it look towards all of you and pull out its own set of cards, and it holds it up saying, "I'm sour cream. What you buying?"
Oh.
Like, we're not trying to buy anything. We're looking for our friends. One's like about this high. She's small, very curvy and adorable. You know, one other one's purple, kind of grumpy, and then the other one is blue with a full beard and glasses and looks kind of like a doofus.
As you say, like, curvy, as you're like describing them, as you say out there as curvy, you see Cinnamon kind of making like a motion of like breasts over their freaking chest, like big boobs.
And then it just nods. Yeah.
They just like think for a moment. Sour cream just kind of holds up a finger and starts waddling back through the thing and goes up. Gadri, you see this creature for the first time just waddling past you and stops and looks up at you.
Waddle, waddle, waddle.
Gadri just looks down at the creature, just locking eyes for a moment.
You see them
I
like
said,
taking
"Max."
notice of your color, and then like doing a fake stroke of the beard as they like taking mental notes as they walk over to the wizard, and they seem to have this mental connection. As the wizard's like, Your friends are here. Great. Perfect.
Nice.
Sour
I sent you something,
cream.
by the way.
Huh?
I sent you something, by the way.
Sour cream, please. Bring them back here. As Sour Cream waddles their way back and like opens the door and looks at Enka, looks to Brooke and like gestures them to follow.
Guess we have permission to go back there now. Yeah.
Cinnamon looks
La,
at
la, la.
all of you as you walk out, and then they like fix their cards up and sit back at the cashier, ready for the next person to come in.
Adorables.
What's the password?
They walk. You walk on in, and Sour Cream leads you to the back. You see Gadri standing there. As Brooke looks to Gadri and goes, "Did you also receive the message?" She holds up her hand.
He nods a bit and goes, "Yeah, I got it."
And she just kind of sighs. So, Thambrix is back in town, and now we need to hide Lilith.
We all at the same time.
The wizard looking at all three of you, and also with you. You see Sour Cream like make the same gesture, like wipes their forehead, like man, tension in here is high, guys. As they start waddling out, like don't need to be in here.
Any chance you know, like, the disguise spell, Brooke?
I know an altering spell, but I can't alter her, but maybe she can alter herself. And she gives you like and inside your head you hear, she did it to look like a tiefling?
Hopefully. Hey, wizard, you got anything that could help you disguise yourself?
As you say this, the wizard's eyes lights up and starts walking over. Customers! Huh. Normally they stop for sour cream or cinnamon for their items when they're not here, but that is great that you want to get to the point with the boss in charge. Yes, come with me. As they start walking out, and they Althera, you hear them go, "You two, don't touch anything that's explosive." As Lilith looks up and like pulling her hand away from something, just being like, "Hey, Enka, hey, Brooke, hey."
I know.
As he walks to the back and you hear him whistle as Cinnamon comes marching through and plops her little happy butt down to keep an eye on them.
Alright, Cap, what's the budget here?
Brooke's
Something tells me we need something that's gonna be long lasting.
Brooke kind of as you're like marching your way out, as you say this, Brooke looks to you and just goes, the budget is, and you see her kind of like, she's still kind of shaken up about, Thambrix being back, and she's just like, I could polymorph her for free.
You have a polymorph spell?
Oui, I do.
Okay, but I still think it might be good to have something that's... She doesn't need one of us to do it for her.
You see Brooke kind of looking to the side.
I know. Magic items are ridiculously expensive. But we all care about Lilith, so it's worth it.
You see Brooke just kind of sigh and go, right? See what he has, and we'll go from there.
Got it.
Quick question.
What's up?
Did Tyrus recognize what low is?
Changeling? Yeah, they were out in the open. They didn't hide the fact that they were a changeling.
All right, cool. Tyrus is going to come back on the ring at this point and go, oh, by the way, make sure no one else sees her. There's a changeling around, likely going to recognize her.
Motherfucker.
General channel, too. Because Tyrus does not know, or does not realize.
Thambrix is getting these messages as well.
Lovely.
Real quick.
Yeah.
At the response of that, Thambrix at full volume, basically like I hate to say this, but the Karen calling the manager after 5 times just. If you fuckers
That cat.
don't
Oops, sorry.
let me help with this kid, something's going to go wrong.
You just hear over the rings. Fuck! I forgot he had one of these.
You just see
Fuck you too,
different.
Tyrus!
You see 3 different colors of subtitles come up as you hear Brooke, Tyrus, and Gadri go fuck.
Surprise, motherfucker!
One right after the other.
All
And
eight
then
caps, all bold.
one in like dark blue face palm.
Little asterisks on the end.
Yeah.
Tyrus just, you heard nothing, Thambrix.
Thambrix, do you go up to go confront this bitch?
Yeah, no, at this point, now that I know Tyrus is gone and that they're hiding somebody from me that's probably the person I'm looking for, I'm gonna get up and immediately go fucking find them.
Smack,
And
your
you
face
want-
goes
yep.
face into the invisible wall.
Alright, question. How does one break a wall of force?
You know,
You don't.
This is
Disintegration.
invisible Game
Yeah,
World wall.
the only thing that could break.
Funny you mentioned that. I took disintegrate.
So
Let me double check.
I thought it was shatter.
Hold on.
So the wizard looks towards Enka and goes, "So disguising oneself. I see. Let me see here. I have potions of polymorph. I have potions of disguise self. I have funny little masks that can do wonders for any blemishes you might be trying to hide. And sour cream over there." And they point over is a great what is it the beauty people called?
Cosmetologist?
Yes.
Cosmetologist.
Stylist?
Cosmetologist.
Oh wait, are you talking about an esthetician?
For makeup.
Oh yeah, cosmetologist.
Okay. Sour cream over there is a great cosmetologist that can do wonders for the face. Look at me. I definitely look younger for my age now. Tell me,
Can't deny that.
great Minotaur, what are you in the mood for? What are you looking for?
I need an item that has not a potion. I need an item that, as long as it has limited charges or whatever, I don't care, as long as they can use the disguise self spell or polymorph or whatever to change their looks. It needs to be something that they can use like repeatedly. It can't be consumable.
You see them thinking for a moment as they look around. They walk over, tapping their chin. They go, "Ha ha!" and they pull off a nice little hat. They're like, "This might be what you're looking for, my dear. This is the hat of disguise." And in the back, you hear, "Ooh, ah." You don't know where the fuck it's coming from.
It's coming from Cinnamon.
You just hear oohs and ahs as if this is the most amazing thing ever. It looks like your basic hat with a little feather in it. Once you
Does this
wear
work?
it,
How does it work?
well, while you're wearing this hat, you have the ability to cast the spell Disguise Self that will. The spell ends if the hat is removed. So as long as you keep that hat on, everything's fine.
How much for the hat?
12,000 gold pieces.
I think I'll hold her heart like, oh.
I'm joking. That is for a greater one. They smile at you as they grab one that is bedazzled.
You know what? I can live with this.
The normal the normal one is 1,800 gold pieces. While I can also enchant an item for you. It'll take some time, but I can enchant an item for you for, we'll go with 900 gold pieces.
Fortunately, we don't have time for that. Okay, 1,800 gold. That's actually not too bad.
Hmm.
I
You
love
see
how Nevi is calmly shopping while panic is happening in the background.
in the back, Brooke
I mean,
looks.
I would say Althera and Lilith are looking at a potion machine.
Althera,
Weird.
you hear Brooke's voice in your mind going, Lilith's in danger.
Althera immediately straightens up and looks at Brooke, and she's like, "Hmm."
Brooke smiles and goes, we went to a tavern and they have some really interesting food. Gadri, at the sound of food, your stomach growls. You are hangry.
Brooke too.
Yes, Brooke is also hangry. They have some really interesting food, and as Brooke is talking about the wonderful experience she had, inside your head you're hearing an old companion of ours is apparently looking for Lilith. I don't know what he wants with her, but from what Tyrus has been telling us, and from what he's been telling us, he either wants to help her or harm her. I'm not sure, but Tyrus is concerned. We need to find.
Althera does her best to again act like everything's fine, and she looks at Lilith, and she's like, "Well, we can't fight on an empty stomach. How about we head to the tavern for a quick bite to eat, and then
Brooke,
the great,
you hear
indomitable
boat.
Lilith."
Boat. Brooke says inside your head, we need to go to the boat.
Yeah, but she's saying tavern. They're gonna go to the boat. She's like, then the great indomitable adventurer Lilith will slay those night hags.
Slays a what
like,
now?
she-
As Lilith cheers. Hell yeah! This is gonna be great. I haven't had the ability to actually go full crazy in so long. As Brooke's like going,
And now you will.
What now?
What does Brooke look like full stressed?
You look over and you see Brooke's hair is bioluminescent, multicolored. It's not even blue anymore. You see it is. You can see steam coming off of it. You can see greens and oranges and yellows in her hair. She's like, night, what now? As she turns to
Althera gives her a
Gadri.
look that says, Althera looks at her, and her eyes are telling her, "I'll explain later."
Brooke whips around and looks at Gadri like, night, what now?
Lilith looks at Brooke. Ooh, pretty.
Hags. Gadri just says normally.
Brooke's gonna walk over to Gadri and grab him by the shirt, lift him up towards her, because she can't get him off the ground, but she can pull him towards her and goes, oh, what did you do?
he kind of looks at her and he's all like, I didn't do a single thing. Points
the
to
problem.
No, he points to to Althera.
Althera has a very nervous smile. She's like,
Well, let's go. And she starts heading towards the door. I am super stoked. Oh my god, I'm going to be able to let my wings loose. I'm going to be able to tear their hearts out as she starts walking out.
Althera follows her, and again she's entertaining Lilith, and she's like, I can't wait to see it. It's something that they will write songs about.
Althera, as you're passing by Brooke, you feel the heat coming off her hair. It's comforting. If it wasn't for the fact that it was coming off an angry Genasi.
Warm.
And as you're coming out past, the employee only door, you hear Enka go, "Let me just go talk to my wallet." She turns around and bumps into you guys.
Hey, Enka.
It's like, oh, perfect timing.
Hey, Enka. Excuse me, Enka. And she starts walking.
Oh, wait, don't leave yet. Don't leave the store yet, please.
Huh?
We need to go as a group so that we can look extra awesome on our next adventure, whatever that may be.
Brooke grabs Gadri by the ear and starts pulling him along.
Girls like us with our fancy horns. It makes everyone jealous when we go together as a group.
She blinks at you, and you see her almost touch the crack under her horn. She's like, yeah. And she kind of
I see,
narrows her
I got
eyes.
slices taken out of my horns, and she points to the sword scratches in her horns.
The
Hello,
wizard
Enka.
looks to all of you and goes, well, whichever one of your name is Wallet, we need to talk.
Captain's 1800 for the hat of disguise.
Brooke just looks at Yuka and goes, "Are you sure we can't just polymorph?"
I mean, we can now, but you're not gonna be with her all the time.
It lasts an hour.
An hour. If people are looking for her,
And you see Lilith look up at you. What?
Gadri
Althera
is
looks at
going
him
to
and
like.
she's- and Althera looks at him and
Gadri's
she's like,
going.
enough. I'll pay for it. I'll get. And you see,
What's up,
what, it
Gadri?
was 1800.
Gadri face palms and just says, "Let's tell her."
you didn't tell her.
Brooke goes, "No, I haven't gotten the chance. Because
All
I was
this-
too distracted by night hags."
Ooh, are we killing hags?
Oh my god.
I say Althera doesn't
Gadri-
look at
yeah.
Gadri or Gadri or Brooke to say because she doesn't know what's happening. All she heard was that she's in danger.
Yeah,
So she doesn't know who's
Gadri
calling.
is very much just like done with secrecy nonsense.
I love the fact,
love
by the
Gadri.
way,
I want to
just
kiss Gadri.
Brooke's token,
So does Brooke.
the magic hand that's coming out of her is reaching over to grab Althera by the head slowly.
Lilith's
reaching
eyes
out.
narrow and go, "What do you mean someone's after me?" Zanna slides over. "Yeah, what do you mean that someone is after her?"
Althera looks at, what was the wizard's name again? Zana?
Zenna. As
Zenna.
Cinnamon and Sour Cream perch forward, like, this just got interesting. As you see, out of nowhere, you don't know where it came from, but you see Sour Cream slowly pulling out a freaking thing of popcorn. Like, oh.
When Zena's like, oh yeah, what is she? You see her thingies come out and she hisses and she's like, go away! She's like, don't you have some magical object to dust off, Zena? And then she
Um,
immediately is like, I'm sorry for that outburst. That's not like me at all. I apologize for being rude.
I DM'd you.
I'm looking.
Okay, didn't know if it went through or not because my computer's being dumb.
So Zenna looks towards Althera and goes, "So someone's after the kid, and you need this hat,
Would like
Yes.
that, yes.
and you're willing to pay?"
Yes.
They hold their hand out. Oh damn.
Okay, the GM, am I allowed to ask that Zena roll a perception check?
All right.
It was 1800 or 1200?
18.
Okay. Oh, this hurts.
Yeah.
But she has 500. She has 5,320 gold. So.
Nice.
16.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna DM you what Zena sees.
While they do that, I rolled my Arcana check, Maggie.
Could I use my luck to make him re-roll it?
No, you're not there, you little shit.
Damn.
Okay, with that knowledge, I'm going to go ahead and use one of my spell slots to cast 6th level Disintegrate
Okay.
on the Wall of Force.
We're going to switch back over to you two as this happens because they're getting the money. Oh. That changes things a little bit.
Uh-oh.
shit.
Give me 1 second.
Oh, heck.
They look
Oh,
at
no.
they look at that. They stare directly at that as you are handing them that, and as they take the coin from your hand out there, they also take your hand and they turn it, looking down at your ring. My.
Oh, they're...
My. If I would have known someone like you was in here, oh, what a wonderful thing. What wonderful conversations we could have, my dear. They look at you and they give you a dark smile as they're like, but, and let go. Things seem to be brightening around them, but nonetheless, you are all on your way.
Althera just kind of rubs her hand a little bit and is stepping closer to Enka, kind of hiding behind her a little bit.
They hold
Enka's
the
gonna
hat
take-
out.
Yeah.
Thank you for the business. Do not forget our little conversation we had. Whichever one of you is the captain. I'm assuming it's the one who looks like she's about to boil my shop. I hope you all have a lovely day.
Enka's
And
gonna
please-
take the hat and put it on Lilith's head. Just
And-
like, don't take this off.
And please do come back. Little girl, make sure you think about exactly what you want to look like when you're wearing that hat. And she blinks at this. Okay, as you see Lilith start to think a bit. And she's just like, what should I look like? She says, looking at the group as they're all walking out.
Make yourself look like Dilio. Like you're-
Ew, why would I want that?
because no one's gonna know it's you. Plus, imagine how surprised he'll be when we show up and you look like you could be his sister.
Oh my god, how great would it be if she just looks like a tiny Althera?
It's
You
gonna
see-
be a perfect prank.
You're going to see her look actually a bit weary, and she goes, I wouldn't want to do that to Dilly. His sister kind of died in front of him.
Ooh, yeah, good point.
Althera's gonna step forward. She's like, how about, and you see her reach into her bag of holding. She's like, Bartholomew, can you hand me that book? Perfect. And she pulls out this like storybook of this great like female adventurer. It's Nimona, and she's like, how about this?
I can do that, as she thinks about it, and lo and behold, in front of you is this pink-haired girl, looking at her and giving her a
Fantastic.
smile. Well, let's go. And she starts walking. She's like, I think I saw the tavern this way.
No, we need to go back to the ship.
I thought we were going
Actually.
to the tavern.
No, remember, there's someone looking for you. And they know
I
what
can whip
those
us up.
two look like. And she points to Brooke and Gadri. So you should not be
Althera
seeing
look-
those two.
Althera looks at Lilith and she's like, I can whip you up a snack once we get to the ship.
Gadri, your stomach growls some more.
Gadri just kind of goes, listen, I don't care where we get it. I need food.
Brooke, your stomach growls as well.
I know, Brooke's like, I second that. And then you hear her
Alright,
mumbling something about freaking Tal'Dore's specialties as she's walking away.
All right, well, a light lunch for everyone then.
As y'all head back to the ship, we go back to the tavern. Tyrus, you finish getting off the phone. Are you going to leave, or are you going to go back to where
I'm going straight back to Thambrix, and as soon as he drops my wall of cores, I am bolting directly to him. Because that's a concentration spell, and I know when that shit goes down.
So you're bolting
Yeah,
towards
so as
Thambrix. You
soo-
are breaking out of there.
As soon as the wall of force is down, I don't give a fuck who's in my way. I am taking off as fast as I can out to go and find Lilith to make sure she's okay, because she may not know who I am. I don't know if she knows who I am or not, but if who I think, like, okay, let me rephrase this. If whoever is after her is who I think it is, she's in danger from both them and Lo, and I cannot have that.
So I need you both to roll dexterity checks, opposing dexterity checks for me.
Tay,
Yo, is Ruby about to get another child?
I'm gonna luck that. Or magical guidance that. I'm gonna luck that.
11.
Yes!
God damn it!
Bro, coming in with the nat 20s like fucking crazy tonight.
Fuck you!
This is quite the episode, boys
Thambrix,
and girls.
as
You
you're
have my
running,
drama!
as you're running, you see Tyrus is catching up to you. You try jumping over a table, but one of your hooves catches the chair and you fall flat first on the ground. Tyrus, you manage to catch up to him, but
All right, I'm gonna use Bigby's hand I'm gonna pick Thambrix up and drag his ass into a alleyway.
All right.
And I'm gonna push him up against the wall. And before
He's
Thambrix
getting
has
see me. Okay.
and before Thambrix has a chance to really realize where he is, he sees Tyrus directly in front of him, almost nose to nose, as he feels a cold piece of metal touching onto the scar on his chest. As he holds a mithril card against the scar. What are you gonna do with her?
I'm going to keep her safe.
We are already doing that.
No, you don't understand. If who I think is after her is actually here, none of us are fucking safe. Especially her.
Well, guess who's with her?
That's what worries me. They know they can use you fuckers to get to me, which then makes it easier for them to get to her.
Then I guess we have to have a conversation, don't we? And
We'll
at
have
that
a
point,
conversation
at
after.
that point, you feel the card press in a little bit, and you feel a very, very cold chill start coming from it.
Thambrix, you know that this is an ice knife that is forming.
And Thambrix is not, he's not going to fight it. He's, if anything, he actually leans forward and lets the blade pierce his flesh. He will force himself to take that damage as he leans in closer.
We're gonna have We're gonna have a conversation, and we're gonna make sure that everything is kosher. You know Brooke, you know Gadri, you know me. Yes.
Somewhere
I have
in the
asked you to trust me in the past. And I know I haven't exactly given you reason to trust me, especially after I fucked off. I am fully aware of that. But right now, we need to get out there. If the people my father sent find her, or if Lo finds her, there is no fucking protecting her. The longer I stand here being threatened by you, the sooner she is at risk of getting hurt. I can't have that. I'm not losing another sibling to my piece of shit father.
Insight check.
You should be able
Okay.
to have the ability to roll privately, Thambrix, whether or not you want to roll deception or persuasion. That's on you.
Tay, I am doing a thing if it will stop being dumb. Self-roll, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Fuck. Okay.
What do I get?
Do you mind if I just say it? Because I rolled a 3. So what you get is there is a sense of urgency. There is no hint that he intends to harm Lilith in any way. And underneath all of that, because I got a 4 to your fucking 15, there is also a sense of genuine, honest-to-God terror in his words that hasn't been there since his psychotic break at the masquerade.
All right.
He is genuinely afraid that something's going to happen to her if he does not get to her right now.
All right. Tyrus is going to pull the card out, and you watch as he flicks it down the alleyway. You suddenly watch as a sphere of ice shards suddenly at the end. He does not break eye contact with you as he goes, all right. Trust me on this. And he grabs Thambrix, and he's going to dimension door him all the way back to the ship.
All right. So, Thambrix,
Question for the GM.
go for it.
Before we go too much further with the whole what's about to go down. Given what I know about how important it is that my family finds Lilith, would I have been able to keep like an ear out for how close, I hate to say it this way, but how close they were to finding her, as far as like I can tell, or as far as like maybe keeping low from finding her?
So here's the fun fact. You don't know if your family's after her. You don't know whether or not your family knows of her whereabouts. You don't know. Quite literally don't know anything about what your family knows about Lilith. You just know she was spotted with your mom.
Okay, let me rephrase that then. Under the assumption, because I know my dad's a piece of fucking shit,
Okay.
would I be able to keep an ear out for people hunting her down or trying to my hardest to keep low from finding out about her?
I would say roll a perception check if you're actively trying to keep an eye out for her. For this.
Oh, absolutely. I am 100% all ears, all eyes, all the bullshit. God fucking damn it!
It's kind of difficult to keep an eye out when you rolled 1, 2 times.
Yeah, I know, it's great.
It's really difficult to keep an eye out for people when you are being dimension doored away.
Yeah, how far away are they, by the way, from the ship?
So everyone else has gotten back to the ship. I would say from where you are to the docks, how far does Dimension Door go?
Dimension door, 500 feet.
So you get pretty much practically to the ship. You're about a couple. You can see like the ships on the horizon as you're walking over. You see the different types of ships. Thambrix, you're a bit dizzy. You haven't Dimension Door in a hot minute.
All right.
I haven't been allowed to dimension. Oh, fuck. Lo doesn't know that I dimension doored. Fuck.
Yeah, 2 dimension doors, and we are on the deck.
All right. So as you're on the deck, Lilith has gone to her room. Has gone to the kitchen with Althera to make food. Dilly, you and Ixtal are talking on the deck. Thambrix, this is the first time you've seen the Fate Chaser the way it is now. It's amazing. You haven't been on here in so long. Everything's like been improved. There is you can definitely tell by the different markings of one ruby gray sword that there is her designs all over the place. You see a dog, you see a unicorn.
Yeah, Fate comes running up, hops into Tyrus's arms, and starts licking at his face.
And amongst the group, you see Gadri, Enka, and Brooke talking on the deck as they all turn towards you. Brooke's hair is still going wild as you hear something about hags, and then she turns and sees Thambrix, and she's like, and everything goes flat. Her hair goes completely flat, and she goes pale. She's just like,
I think it just goes, I fucking told you.
So, as soon as we appear, he looks at them and goes, "Special delivery, one asshole."
You're going to see Brooke's eyes start to glow at Tyrus as you see her hair going bioluminescent, looking at you like, who gave you permission to bring him on board?
It was either I was going to bring him on, or he was going to find his way on himself. And he looks at Thambrix and goes, "Tell her."
And Thambrix, he's not hiding anything. He spills everything. How he's looking for her to protect her, that he's pretty sure she's his sister, and he's not going to mention that he's assuming this because his father's a piece of shit. He's going basically based off of my father is evil and a piece of shit, so he is guaranteed he's looking for her, and basically says that he's trying to find her to protect her from him, and also from Lo, who he mentioned in explaining all the bullshit, that if he doesn't find her and protect her, something's going to happen, and he will not have her get hurt.
You see Brooke kind of take a breath and go, you're always doing shit like this. Thambrix, Lilith is here with us. She's safe.
She may be safe for now, but you don't understand. There's so much I want to tell you, Brooke, that I can't. I am literally magically cursed that I can't tell you some of this shit, and I wish that I could. I know you fucking hate me. I hate myself more than you could ever fucking imagine. I never wanted to leave you behind. I wanted to take you with me and to stay with you, but I fucking couldn't. So for once in your goddamn life, Brooke, please pull that stick out of your ass and fucking listen. For once.
You look at her, and you, Gadri, Enka, Tyrus, you know that Thambrix just said the wrong fucking words. Because this isn't the first time he's told her this. He told her once when she was trying to talk to him on the Carnival Island that she needed to listen to him for once. She told her again in Port Thamali when she was trying to talk to him about what the fuck was going on with the banks and stuff, or I can't remember what it was. She was trying to speak with him. He's told her again at the on the way to the masquerade ball. You see every bit of Brooke staring at Thambrix as she's looking at him. Her eyes go hollow, her hair goes dark, and she's like, Thambrix, go back to your home. Go back to whatever the fuck it is you're doing with whoever this Lo is. You have your family, I have mine. I have the people that I know are going to be here. I offered to come with you. You said no. I offered to go with you. You said no. I offered for you to stay with us so that we could figure out something together. You said no, Brooke. No. This is, and she's taking a step forward, this is something I need to do on my own. You said that this is something that you had to do because it was your kingdom, your family. Well, guess what? This is mine. You are disrupting my family. You are disrupting my boat. I want you off of it, and I want you out of here, and I don't want you back here. Lilith is under my control, is under my command. She's under my protection. She's under this family's protection, and you are not family. As she starts heading towards her captain's office, I want him off my boat.
As she's walking away, Thambrix just again, the fucking shy, awkward fucking Thambrix y'all knew is fucking gone. And he just fucking, before she can close that door, at the top of his lungs, just, I did what I had to keep you safe. I don't care if you didn't see that. Had you gone with me, you wouldn't have fucking survived. It's a miracle I've survived this far. I should be fucking dead by now. You would have been having a very different conversation if you'd found my body in the street, wouldn't you?
Brooke turns around, looks at him, and goes, No, I wouldn't. We brought you back to life once, and the only thing that you did was get Anysia killed. Thambrix, you have very little understanding of how much I don't like you. You say you hate yourself more than anything. Right now, there is nothing here that is stopping me from blowing you off of my ship right now.
And do it!
You look at her and she freaking smiles and goes, So what? You can have the little pity party to yourself that, oh, Brooke is mad at me. Brooke does hate me, so that you can feel good about the fact that you were right? No.
I don't care about being right. I care about stopping my family from resurrecting an evil fucking god that wants, who I'm pretty sure Lilith is my fucking sister, and he's saying this loud enough that everybody on the ship can hear it. Lilith, the crew, everyone. I am pretty sure that
Lilith
my
and Althera are down below.
No, I mean, like, he is saying this loud enough for everyone to hear.
So,
And
All the neighboring boats.
I am
Yeah.
pretty sure that my sister is here on this ship with you. And if my father gets a hold of her, Vecna has fucking dragons on his side. I can't let that happen, and I cannot watch her go through what I went through.
You hear Tyrus yell at you. Thambrix, shut the fuck up. Do you really want everyone around here to hear you?
Brooke looks to Thambrix and she smiles and goes, In the words of someone who is so tired, I don't care. This is my family. Lilith is happy here. You say that she is your sister. You say that you care for her and such. What little your fucking word means, mister. I would move the moon and stars for you, Brooke. After 2 years, you're like the sister that you always wanted, right? But then you go around and you say the same exact words to a girl you met a week ago, and the only promise you ever kept was to her. Your worries, your fears, your sad little life, I don't care. Go fight your father. Go win. Go live a happy life. I've got my family, you have yours. I have those who will stay with me. and know that I am good enough to protect myself. I am strong enough, and no one can tell me that I am not strong. Not you. Certainly not, and certainly not him. And she starts walking and slams the door to her office.
I was like, can Althera and Lilith be bringing up
Oh yeah,
lunch
you
now,
guys
not
come
knowing
in
what the
just
fuck
as
is-
Brooke is saying this.
They would have heard Thambrix saying the stuff about Lilith being his sister.
You see Ixtal leaning over the rails watching this, looks at Thambrix and goes, "Hi again." And you see Dilly kind of
Hi, Ixtal.
looking at. He's like, "Oh, you were cuter as a goat." As as Dilly
Yeah,
just
well, you were cuter
awkwardly
without a
going,
dick in your ass, so fuck off.
Yeah, no, Althera is walking up with Lilith, and just looks at everything. She has like a smorgasbord of stuff that her and Lilith made. And she's like, I have lunch.
You see Lilith looking at you, Thambrix.
How much like my family does she look?
She
Well,
looks
she's
just
disguised
like
right
you.
now.
Well, yeah, she's
Or does she take the hat off?
she's disguised right now because no one told her to take it off. She's just looking directly at you, and you see her holding the tray as she as this pink haired girl smiles a toothy grin and goes, "Hey, Gadri, here you go, the food you wanted." She holds up the
Enka's
tray for you
gonna-
to take.
While Lilith's doing that, Enka's gonna go up to Thambrix and just go, I think it's time for you to leave now.
I'll leave, but please just let me see Lilith. I won't take her with me. I won't do anything. I just need to see her and know that she's okay.
Gadri
She's
kind of
fine, but if
Gadri
you
kinda
see
moves
her,
Lilith.
that's gonna...
over to here. Yeah. As he
Tyrus just
takes
gives a
some
sigh.
food.
Tyrus just gives a sigh and he says, "Afford him this one favor."
But see, as someone with siblings myself, I get it. But if someone is looking for her, you are gonna lead them right to her. So it's best you don't see her. And honestly, if I had the power to, I would wipe your memory of ever meeting us of this situation.
Althera looks at Enka, and for the first time, everyone can kind of see her like get frustrated and have that, you know, like like a royal stature, like very commanding almost. She's like, all of you are talking about Lilith's safety, but are not taking into account what Lilith wants. Will you all get your heads out of your asses and just ask her? Talk to her. You don't know if she wants to meet her brother. You seem very nice. So and so. Maybe she does. Maybe she doesn't. But it's her right.
Gadri,
And then she looks at Lilith and she's like, "What do you want?"
She's holding
Tyrus
a tray
chimes
out
in.
to Gadri because Gadri's been trying to say something.
Gadri hears all this stuff and he goes, "We will have this conversation with Lilith in a bit. Right now, if she's in danger, which Thambrix says she is, then him being anywhere near this boat and knowing what she looks like will cause trouble to come looking for us."
If anything, I can tell that Thambrix does mean what he says.
No one's
Which is
doubting
why-
that he's lying, Tyrus.
Which is why I am saying, let's afford him this one favor before we take him off.
Gadri gives a glare and kind of goes, "I owe no favors to anyone who would bring harm to this ship."
He
or
is
anyone
not
on it."
bringing anyone any harm.
Gadri
Gadri
puffs himself up, going full Gadri mode here, and
She-
goes, he is saying that somebody is looking for somebody on our ship.
As you all,
He is saying that they're being
Let
hunted.
Gadri finish.
They're being hunted. If they're being hunted, then that means that trouble could be on its way to us. We don't know from who. We don't know for what reason.
I know who. I know what reason. Shut the fuck up.
Okay.
Give him one.
Hey, Lilith's gonna do something.
Okay.
Yep.
The ground starts shaking, and a thunderous boom hits the freaking near the boat as Lilith looks at all of you and goes, "Can we all stop acting like children? Can we all stop being Mr. freaking... I'm Mr. Safety? How about that? How about we listen to Althera, huh? How about we ask the person that you are all so concerned about?" As she takes the hat off and freaking hands it to Gadri and looks at Thambrix. Thambrix, she's almost a spitting image of you. She's a purple tiefling, blood red horns, the same maroon hair and golden eyes as she looks at you.
So as she pulls before she pulled the hat off, Thambrix was already on the verge of tears, both with anger at himself and also having just had that huge fucking falling out with Brooke after having not seen each other for a while. But as soon as he sees her, he's not like ugly crying, but the tears are falling freely, and he can't help but stare in absolute shock and awe of the fact that she is, in fact, A, a real person and he wasn't chasing a ghost, and B, how much she looks like he wanted to. She looks like a normal version of him. Like, he looks like the skeletized, half-dead tiefling that was hated by his family and everything, and she looks like the normal version of him, and he is so happy and so grateful that she looks normal compared to him.
So, you're my brother? Your name's Thambrix, right?
Yeah, I'm Thambrix Rhakethe, second son of House
I don't care.
Rhakethe.
I don't
Force
care
of habit,
about
sorry,
the
knee-jerk.
Rhakethe shit.
Knee-jerk, it's a knee-jerk reaction. It's kind of not hard to break. But, yeah, no, I'm your brother.
I'm Lilith. I am your half-sister on your mom's side.
And there's like a silent wash of relief over him. He's like, oh, thank God it's not my dad. Do you blame him?
I don't. That's why I giggled.
So, if I'm in danger and you're worried about the danger, why don't we just kill the danger? I don't understand why you're all freaking out. I've seen you, and she kind of like looks to everyone. I've seen all of you take out a whole ghost ship. I have heard the stories from Tyrus about the things you have fought. You act as if this is big and scary. And you know what, Thambrix? Maybe it is. The stories that Mom told me about you, the stories that Mom told me about your dad.
Yeah, he's a piece of work.
Pale in comparison to who my dad is.
Wait. Forgive me if this is a little awkward, but who did Mom hook up with? Just
He's
just curious.
He's massive. I hope to be just as big as he is one day. He's gigantic, and his fortune is amazing. His scales shine.
Althera puts a hand on her shoulder, and she's like, I think he means his name, my dear.
We don't utter his name. Names are power. That's why just throwing around Rhakethe all over the place seems kind of silly, don't you think?
Tyrus gives a little chuckle at that.
Shut the fuck up, Tyrus. That part's complicated, Lilith. If you want, if it's something you're open to, I will explain to you some of the stuff that's going on and why I am certain that my father is a problem, if that is something you were willing to hear. But is there a common name that your dad is known by that isn't like a name that can be used for power against him? Can I get some? Is he dragonborn? Is he a lizard folk? Is he a merman? Is he? Did Mom sleep with Cade and Kalian? Like, I need some answers here.
So, besides his ancient name,
Mm-hmm.
Mom just kind of calls him Paul.
Paul? The great evil being. His name is Paul.
Everyone quakes.
Sorry.
Everyone quakes in the boots of the name Paul.
La
So-
Bruja.
So, um, Paul's great. I don't. Mom told me that who she was with before, your dad, was
Yeah,
a real
shit.
piece of
Go
work.
on.
And
and like without thinking, he gestures to like the scars all over that are visible, and he's just like, "Yeah, no, trust me, I know."
and so she left. Apparently, I
Mhm.
have 2 other brothers, but and
One of-
so
You have a brother, and the other one is taking a very long nap.
His
So
name
he's-
is Napkin.
so he's dead. Got it. So it's
Tyrus does point that out, by the way.
it's not. You can see she's trying to form words, and she's like, I don't really associate with that side of the family, as you can probably guess
reason.
why.
Oh no, trust me, smart choice.
They don't know about me. I'm safe. Yay.
Yeah.
Okay, so you at least tell me what your dad is.
She freaking looks to everyone and goes, no one's gonna freak out? And she looks at Tyrus.
I mean, pretty freaking obvious.
Yeah, Tyrus
Yeah,
just
get-
yeah. Tyrus gives her a nod. I'm fine, but thank you.
Gadri kind of goes, I wonder what it could be, and like holds his chest in like a very melodramatic thing.
You see her walking towards the thing. She's like, I'm gonna need privacy because we don't need an army. And she just walks into the dining hall.
Althera follows, and as I assume they're all following her, Althera walks up beside Thambrix and just holds up a little platter of like sandwiches and fruit, and she's like, "Here you are. You're very thin."
Yeah, Tyrus.
Thank you. I don't really eat when I'm stressed. It's apparently bad for your stomach, as he sits here having probably not eaten in a day or so.
Thambrix, eat, please. Eat. You can look.
He
to
takes
the
a
door.
single grape. There, I ate.
You see Althera, like her brown snake-like eyes, they get all watery and puppy doggy, and she's like, "I made it to help ease stress."
Oh my gosh, Thambrix actually looks like he has this look like, oh god, I am the world's biggest asshole.
Right?
Like,
Feel the
knew
guilt.
this.
Yeah.
Oh,
He
you
knew
know.
this, but now he's just like, it's
Also-
worse
also-
now.
Althera,
a little-
Thambrix, Althera.
I'll say a little reminder for Thambrix. Althera is 5'1".
Yeah, small.
He's like 6'7".
Yeah, she's tiny, so she's looking up, and I'm like, I made this specifically because the captain and everyone else was stressed, so it's made to.
He very quickly
stressed.
grabs a sandwich and like just starts munching on it as they walk. It's very good, I promise. I'm sorry, today's been a lot, okay?
She just pats him on the arm. She's like, I understand. It's all right. Your sister is a very wonderful person.
I will take your word for it, because up until recently I didn't even know she existed. So I'm guessing we're following her into the thing so we can see what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
So, as you all get there, you see her looking over at all of you, and she goes, no freaking out? She looks at Thambrix.
There is very little that I could see right now that would freak me out. Trust me, I have seen some shit. And I also haven't seen some shit. That was a fun time.
Althera looks at Lilith like a proud mom. She's like, go on.
He saw my butt. I don't think this will be too surprising.
I saw Gadri naked. Nothing could shock me after that.
She looks to you and she smiles. And she goes, all right. As you see her skin starts to get covered in scales, she starts getting down on all fours. Her tail grows longer. Her nose extends as she turns into a Great Dane sized purple dragon. Golden eyes, horns still matching the description of what she has. I will
You
put
hear
in the embed and also, in the mute chat, kind of what she looks like.
a womanly scream, and then Thambrix, how could you? That's
Althera
good.
immediately starts fawning over Lilith's scales, because she has scales on, like, little scale patches on her body. So now she has someone else that has scales. And she's very excited.
You could say that she's scaling up to your expectations.
I'm going to leave this campaign.
Please don't. I need to be. I ever since you mentioned it before the session, I'm sitting here just like, oh my god, there's gonna be flirtatious options and all the feels. Fuck. Anyway,
She looks up to Thambrix's golden eyes.
For once, this is like the first time since y'all have run into Thambrix that he's actually just fucking chill as shit. He just kind of blinks and goes, oh yeah, okay, that makes sense. Mom hooked up with a dragon. Okay. Love the look.
Oh,
It
nice.
looks great on you.
Gadri kind of goes, "She was a dragon? I did not know."
The audible sigh of, do you have to be a dad right now, Gadri, is so strong.
Althera goes over, she reaches into her bag and pulls out, like, oils made for scales, and she's like, oh, Lilith, you really must take better care of your scales. And she's, she hands Lilith the little, she massages a little bit into her just to show what to do, and she just hands Lilith the bottle. She's like, here, anytime you take a bath now, rub that in.
You see
Your
her
scales need to be
look.
healthy.
You see them look up at you, and then they look at their their freaking paws, and like,
When you're not, it works the same as lotion.
They look to Thambrix, and they look to Tyrus, and they move close to Tyrus, looking at him in the eyes.
Tyrus looks back at her, and he gives her a small, warm smile.
Roll for initiative. I'm joking.
I'm going down. Let's go. Let's fucking
see.
throw down.
Let me look at this code. Oh yeah, I could totally get all of y'all. That'd be
And TPK.
great.
Yeah, the only one that's safe is Althera.
Brooke,
yeah.
Because
no,
Althera
Brooke.
was nice to her.
So she
Yeah,
moves
no.
back. She moves backwards, and she turns back into her normal self and goes, "Dad is an ancient purple dragon, one of the last of his kind."
Do I happen to, given that there aren't many ancient purple dragons left, is it easy to pick out which one it is?
No, because stories are even confusing because you don't remember them being in stories.
Oh shit.
Yeah,
Okay, fair
yeah,
enough.
like even Tyrus doesn't even know about purple
I would say
dragons, and
Althera-
he's been through the Chroma Conclave shit.
Just
I
that
would say
just
Althera
that I would
also
check.
doesn't know.
Yeah, no one
The,
knows.
I would say the only time Althera has seen a purple dragon was when her niece drew a picture of a purple dragon.
Only
Oh.
time Enka knows is when she hit that mushroom a little too hard.
Was that a pink elephant or a purple dragon? Don't know.
Chase the
So
dragon!
once she's back into her tiefling form, Thambrix reaches into his bag slowly so that nobody jumps, nobody stabs him, anything like that. And he pulls out a small keepsake that he's kept with him since he was like 6 or 7 years old. And it's a little straw doll, nothing fancy, that he made for his brother Nethkin, who even as an infant threw it away and was just like, no, fuck you, you piece of shit. So he kept it on him as a reminder, and he very slowly, trying not to alert people, walks over, holds it out to her, and just, I know that things are complicated. I didn't really know you existed or anything like that, but if you're willing, I would like to at some point get to know you better. And he offers her the doll. It's just a cute little tiefling doll that has like, colored yarn for the hair, stuff like that. But he holds it out to her and just, I would like to eventually get to know you, but also I feel like I need to kind of tell you about some of the stuff that Mom probably didn't fill you in on.
Tyrus leans his head back a bit as he's looking, and he whispers to the person next to him, "How much you want to bet that's a voodoo doll if we stab it in the butt? Thambrix gets stabbed in the butt."
Fucking damn it, we're having a moment, asshole!
Gadri's next to you.
He looks over and sees Gadri. Oh, shit.
She looks at the doll and she takes it and she goes, "Mom told me everything. She told me about Salman and Nethkin. And she told me about you. And how she cared, but after what he did, she snapped and she she essentially abandoned you when you needed her, and she feels
Yeah.
bad. She wishes that when last time I talked to her, at least she wished that she could see you again. But
When was that?
you see her kind of look off into space, and her ears kind of droop. She's like, "We haven't seen her in almost 2 years, 3 years now."
So about the time Tembrik would have joined up with the pirate crew.
Yep.
Oh, I really hope that I'm just putting things together that don't go together. Oh god, no, fuck. Anyway, because that's about the time that he also became addicted to the silver coral, which DM knowledge does not equal player knowledge, of course. He has started dipping back into. Anyway,
You bastard.
So she looks up at Thambrix and goes, "She, last time I spoke with her, really wanted to see you again. In fact, it's kind of why she left. And said that
wait,
she
she
would.
left.
She went to go
She left
find
you.
you. She left me with Dad and went to go find you and to apologize, but
And there's a brief moment where you can see a light bulb going on in Tembrik's head, and just, oh no.
she didn't go back to the castle. No,
That's just it.
she
That's
left.
just it though, is that that's the last place that she knew I was, and after that my death was faked by Solomon.
Yes, but she didn't go there.
While
Where
this
did she go?
conversation, while this conversation is happening, Tyrus is going to step to the door, and he's going to keep an eye out.
Okay. Enka, while this conversation is happening, what are you doing?
She gives Tyrus a bit of a side eye as he walks past, but just, leans against the wall watching this
Gadri?
because she still doesn't trust this purple stranger.
Gadri
Totally
is
fair.
gonna turn to Enka and just kind of say, keep an eye on things. And then he's going to go visit Brooke.
All
He
right.
gives him a reassuring nod.
Okay, we'll take a pause on Thambrix and we'll enter into the room with Brooke and Gadri.
I'm actually tearing up, just so you guys know. Like, I'm actually fucking I'm getting that knot in my throat. Oh my god.
Welcome back, asshole.
So
Thanks, fucker.
Brooke looks up to Gadri. You see her with maps across her desk, and she goes, "Is he off the ship?"
Gadri shakes his head and he goes, no, Lilith wanted to speak to him. And you know how we wouldn't deny her.
You see her just kind of, she's still writing something onto the paper in a language you've never seen in any way, shape, or form. Well, once they're done, I want him off the ship.
He nods a bit and he goes, of course, Cap. They're chatting now. I have Enka keeping an eye on things. I wanted to come and check on you.
I'm fine.
He puts a hand on the desk so that she can see, and it's very obvious he's got a concerned look on his face, and he goes, you don't have to lie to me.
There's a long pause as she stares at the paper, the ink sinking into it, causing a black smudge all over it as she goes, I said my piece with Thambrix.
He nods and he goes, I understand that, but that doesn't mean you're fine.
Well, why wouldn't I be? I said what I needed to. I've said what has been boiling in my head for the past couple of months. And soon it'll be out of my hair.
He shook his head a bit and he goes, "You know this issue isn't going to be out of our hair anytime soon."
Brooke kind of places the pen down in size and looks up to Gadri. You can see the purple tint on her nose. And she's like, from obviously, tears and stuff. She's just like, and why can't it be? Why can't I just get my supplies and leave? Why can't I just walk away? I have
Because walking away requires us walking away from Lilith. You know whatever's hunting her, whatever this thing is, whatever these people are, they're gonna try tracking her down, and if they find where she is, that's gonna lead trouble right to us.
and we'll handle it then. We don't need Thambrix's help to handle that. He will handle his family, and we'll handle ours.
He nods a little bit and he goes, "Yeah, I know we'll handle our family. But I do want to make plans to at least make things safer for everyone. I don't want more trouble coming after this ship."
So we should leave. I can't. We have things that we need to get done. We can't stop to go and throw ourselves into Thambrix's affairs, Gadri. I have offered him. He said no. He had a choice. He made it. I don't
He
want to fight
nods and
briquettes.
he goes, "Oh, trust me, I don't want to help him any more than you do. But Lilith, you know that I would fight for every single person on this ship."
Including Tyrus.
He kind of gives a little shush moment, like motion, and he goes, "This ship is my family. You all are my family. I'll fight for you. I'll fight for everybody on this ship."
For once, can you not be a good person?
He laughs and he goes, "You know me. I'm a good person through and through. Let's head out of here at first ability. I'll eat the ship docking cost, and we'll plan for when trouble comes for Lilith."
She takes a breath and she stands up. And she walks over to Gadri and looks down at him and goes, "We will plan for what comes for Lilith. But we won't help Thambrix with his family. That's not going to be on us."
He nodded a bit and he goes, "Understood. I will talk with the crew and let them know exactly what the captain's wishes are."
And you see her think for a moment before she looks at Gadri and goes, "I am the captain, and I am always okay. But tonight, I don't think Brooke's going to be okay. Off
He
duty."
gives. Go ahead.
She says off duty.
Kind of nods and goes, I'll keep you company, Captain Brooke."
She gives a
And he
smile.
kind of looks around just a little bit before leaning and giving her a soft hug, before pulling back and straightening up, like getting back into first mate mode.
She
Tyrus standing in
goes,
the doorway. Aww. He's not there.
Brooke looks to Gadri and smiles a bit and goes, "Do I have to talk to him?"
He kind of thinks a little bit, and he goes, "It's up to you, Captain. If you don't want to, you don't have to. That's part of my duties, is to take over for the captain when she doesn't wish to."
No matter what he says, no matter how much he apologizes, no matter what he does, this is where me and Thambrix part ways. After we figure out the best strategy to take care of Lilith. Whether or not I like it, she is related to him. She is his family. But she's very much my family.
He nods and he goes, "Agreed. Lilith is a part of this crew. She's a part of this family. We'll do what we must to keep her safe, but we can only rely on ourselves. Rely on anyone else."
She nods and takes a long breath and goes, "All right. I will converse with him. But don't you dare fucking leave me alone with him."
He nods and he goes, "I wouldn't think of it, Captain." And gives like a playful little salute.
So
She goes, "Ha ha ha," before looking at the door and taking a deep breath. Looks to Gadri and goes, "Thanks." And she leans over and gives him a kiss on the cheek before she starts walking out.
So while that is
Gadri
going
blushed.
on, so while they're having that conversation,
Yep.
Thambrix would have been doing his best to have a quick 2-second talk with Lilith before leaving the ship before Brooke came to find him, because she told him to leave.
So
while they're having that conversation, Thambrix would have knelt down so that Lilith doesn't have to crane up and break her neck to look him in the eye. He would have handed her the signet ring that his mother gave him. He would have handed it to Lilith, and just trying his hardest to keep it together and failing fucking epically because Q, the fucking player, is having a hard time keeping it together right now.
Don't worry, we're fixing to end for the night, which unfortunately means that you might have to be back next Sunday.
I already planned on it, you bitch. He literally takes the ring off of his hand, puts it on her thumb, and holds her hand in his, and just, "I have to go for a little bit. I wish I could stay to get to know you better, but there's an enchantment on this ring that will always let me know if you're okay. And if you ever feel like you're in danger, I'll be able to tell. If you need help, let me know." And there are tears in his eyes. He is crying as he says this. He stands up and just smiles and just, "I know you'll do good things." He looks at Tyrus. "You better fucking protect her." Oh, that's right. He left. Looks at
you don't know these people.
The chain. Yeah, you don't know these two.
Looks at seeing how the changeling was interacting with her. He knows that she's a good friend for Lilith, and just gently puts a hand on her.
I guess.
Well, that's the thing.
Like a changeling.
Thambrix has never seen a pallet elf. The only thing he knows is that she's pale. She's got almost eyes that match.
She's got fucky eyes.
You're
he looks like changelings that he's met in the past.
Oh, fair enough. Continue. I apologize.
He puts a gentle hand on her shoulder and just smiles and goes, "Please make sure my sister's okay. Brooke made it very clear that I'm no longer welcome here, and I should take my leave before she comes back." And he gives her a smile, gives Lilith one more kind nod, and leaves the ship before Brooke can get to the galley, and he's gone.
Lilith goes, go ahead.
No, you go ahead, because it's Lilith.
Lilith looks at him as he hands her the ring and goes, "This enchantment can't be tracked by the people whose signet is on here, right?"
So the signet ring that he gave her is actually the one that has his mother's family on it, not the
Okay.
Rhakethe family symbol. He has two. He has his dad's and his mother's. He gave her his mother's.
So, as you hand this to her, she places one of her scales in your hand and goes, "Keep this. You can use it to track if needed. But
He
family."
smiles and puts it. He puts it in the locket as she's talking because he wears a locket on his chain. He puts it in there so it stays safe as she's talking.
Family is messy, and people can change.
Ain't
Your
that the
mom-
truth?
Mom's changing. So don't give up on family. Thambrix,
I'm not giving him, but I'm giving Brooke the space that she needs.
Thambrix,
Thambrix, yep.
roll a stealth check.
Before he leaves, can Tyrus say something?
Yeah.
Damn it.
Oh, hold on. Let Althera, because she's going to. After
No,
Lilith.
no, it's
Okay,
okay. Let
no.
Tyrus go first.
No,
Oh no,
let
you're there. I'm
let
outside.
her do. He's outside. You're inside. So while I roll
Yeah.
this, you do your thing.
Okay. Thambrix is got like he's like stepping off the ship, right? Like he's like stepping off the gangplank.
Why didn't it roll?
It did.
He's getting ready to leave and head for the gangplank. Yes, I don't. It's not showing up on my screen. I don't see my roll.
I see what it is.
So.
Oh god, fucking damn it.
So, Thambrix, what you see is a small, pale flying snake familiar appear in front of you and do like a little snapping motion, kind of to snap you out of it, but also to get you to stop.
Mm-hmm.
And then you hear a voice behind you say, sorry, where do you think you're going?
I have to go meet with somebody, or my life is forfeit.
I see. And behind you, you see Althera, and she steps closer, and she's like, well, we are going to be facing some night hags tonight in the forest. I think it would be... Oh!
What?
Who left? Oh, Ghost.
Oh.
I think it spooked me. I thought it was one of the players.
No one important.
Yeah. That's fine.
She's like, I think Lilith would really appreciate it if you made an entrance. And she kind of fiddles like with her thumbs a little bit, because Lilith is her little sister. She cares about her a lot, and she knows that like there's stuff going on between Thambrix and Brooke, but her right understatement.
No. Do I have permission to make this a thing when you're done talking? I have an idea for a thing. I would like your permission to do a thing when you're done talking.
Sure. Question
Okay,
mark.
continue.
So she's like, I know you and Brooke have history, you and the captain, but I think it would mean a lot to Lilith if you were to be there. And you see her like she's trying to like her instant thought was, what would Ixtal do in this situation? How would Ixtal act? Which is probably not the best course of action.
As she's getting flustered, I'm guessing Tyrus is coming back into the room, or is he waiting outside for Thambrix?
He's waiting outside. He's been keeping an eye out for Lo.
But he's still in the kind of in the door, so he can see what's going on.
Yeah, he's basically right outside the door. You can see, if you turn around, you can see him leaning against the railing.
You know for a fact Thambrix is not a smooth motherfucker, at least from what you remember.
Yeah, so if you look back, you see Tyrus with the biggest smirk.
Thambrix isn't looking at Tyrus. He leans in, gently takes her chin between his thumb and his forefinger, smiles gently and leans in close and just, my sister's lucky to have a friend like you. Please. Keep her safe, and should you need anything at all, please call me. He gives her a kiss on the cheek and he leaves.
Thambrix, you start making your way out. Tyrus, what did you want to do?
So as he rushes out, Tyrus grabs him by the arm to stop him, not looking at him, before he says quietly, "Where do you think you're going to get the residuum?"
Lo has a dealer that we're meeting with later tonight that has connections that I can't go into detail because of the bond that she forced upon me.
Alright. If that ever falls through, and he reaches into a pocket, and he slips you a piece of paper, head your way up to Zadash. You'll find a tavern called... what's the tavern called again?
Tavern named Tavern.
No, I forget the name of the tavern, but basically it's
Just DM
yeah,
it to me when you remember.
Yeah, he's basically gonna say, "You're gonna go to this tavern, and you're gonna say, I offer many gifts to the barkeeper." And then whenever you are brought to the location, say you have something that you wish to give Ophelia.
I will. And Tyrus, I know I have no right to ask you anything, but can I ask you one small thing?
Sure. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna use a lock on that.
Oh, you're good.
Okay, that's much
as you're
better.
doing that, Thambrix pulls out an ornate dagger. It was the very first one that Brooke had ever given him when he joined the ship. The handle is very ornate. There's a lapis embedded where the blade meets the hilt. The guard is done like a mermaid's tail. And around the leather sheath is a piece of parchment that on it says, "For you to do with as you wish when we meet again." Make sure Brooke gets this. As I'm not hiding this at all from Tyrus, as he hands him the dagger, he flat out, you can see it in his eyes, he fully expects Brooke to embed that in his heart the next time they meet, and he leaves.
As you're walking out, because you rolled on your stealth check,
Fuck off.
As you walk out, you see Brooke across the way staring at you.
Please tell me he starts Please tell me he starts tripping over the crates.
I'm gonna roll can I roll a dex save to see if I can just jump over the fucking railing and be gone?
Nope. because as you walk out, you rolled a nat 1, my good sir.
Yeah, I know.
On your stealth.
Fuck off.
So as you see Brooke, your tall ass doesn't see that there's a box with there and you end up hitting it.
Fucking scouts.
And your hooves
I was trying to be a cool bam.
Your hooves almost slide across as Brooke starts walking towards you. The cold
He quickly gets up, and before she can get to him, he is still heading for the gangplank. He is leaving, like she told him
Dex
to.
check.
Oh my god, let my dice fucking like me for a change! Would it be a dex saving throw?
Nope,
Did I click
just
on
check.
right?
It's opposing checks.
Oh god, excuse me. Oh.
Also, that bar is called the Evening Nip.
Okay.
Brooke's going to use her ability to reroll.
Fuck you! Sorry.
Okay.
Well, that was aggressive.
Alright, so as you are making your way out, you do see Unicorns look at you. And inside your head, because as you're leaving, Brooke has that ability. Ha ha ha.
Mm-hmm.
You just hear her say, "I'm finding you tonight." As she walks to
sorry, I didn't hear that.
"I am finding you tonight."
Like, just before he steps off the gangplank, he looks over his shoulder, and he doesn't say anything, but he takes one of the earrings that they stole off of 3 earrings when they killed her, and just sets it on the railing, making direct eye contact the entire time.
She's not looking at you. She's walking fully to Tyrus.
Okay, fine. Staring holes into the back of her head. And puts the earring on the railing, and yes, she would know exactly what the note means. She would know that he expects her to fucking stab him and kill him the next time they see each other, and he's gone.
So you make your way off the boat. Tyrus Brooke walks
And to
up
go find Lo before I get stabbed.
Hey. How do I do with that perception check, by the way?
You didn't see anyone.
Cool.
You didn't see Lo.
Tyrus. So once he had the dagger, Tyrus sleight of hands it, basically under his robe.
Okay, sleight of hand check against Brooke's passive perception.
Oh, you whore!
I'm just being a DM.
Natural
Oh,
20,
I know, I'm just
26.
saying.
God, what the fuck is with you in natural 20s tonight?
I'm doing real good tonight.
Man,
Yeah, I need Tyrus's luck a little bit
when
tonight.
you next week when you fight, that's gonna bite
I
you.
know.
All of
I'm looking
Cam's-
forward to it.
He took all of Cam's luck tonight.
Brooke,
Right.
I'm
All my
so
luck
mad.
and Cam's luck.
Brooke looks
Yeah.
to
I had
Tyrus.
so many cool things planned.
Brooke looks to
We'll
Tyrus.
talk about it later. Yeah, Tyrus watches Thambrix walk away, bump into a box, slip, trip, bump into Brooke, and just shuffle his way down the gangplank. Before he just he looks to Brooke with a "I'm sorry" look. Are you gonna be all right?
Do not bring people on my ship without asking permission or giving a heads up.
I know, and I apologize, but you know he was gonna be too bullheaded to not stay behind until we did.
She sighs as she looks aside and goes, all right, well, we need to talk about the three hags and why the fuck we're supposed to be fighting them. And that's going
Two
to
hags.
leave two
Tyrus.
hags.
Tyrus looks at her and goes, "There's hags."
Wait. Can I do something before we leave?
Sure.
Just
I was
one last
asking
thing.
to do
It's really
something,
quick. Althera shaking herself out of her little blushies. Because a cute tiefling smooched her. She because she still has food that she's holding. She goes up to Brooke and she's like, "Lunch, Captain. I made it especially for you." And it's a sandwich that's cut in a little bear shape.
As
I was
you,
gonna do something with Brooke too, like while we had the moment.
Brooke, hold on. Brooke looks to Althera as she's holding it out. Brooke looking at her like, you were blushing. You see her turning her head, looking back to where Thambrix up, and looks back at Althera and goes, "Of course, he's always fucking thinking with his dick." And she freaking takes the sandwich and goes, "Warning you now. You're not the first person that he's flirted with, and you're probably not going to be the last person. The amount of people that he's treated this way, just be careful with him.
Could fill a boat.
Be careful with him. From what I can tell, his flirtations and his crushes change as quickly as the flow of water. Yet he warned me about paladins." She looks to Tyrus.
Well, Tyrus was gonna try to do something while they had the moment,
Okay.
and he's gonna look to her and go, "I know I know he was gonna be the last person you wanted to see, and I know that's brought some things up that I am sorry for bringing those kind of emotions forward. But know that if you need someone to talk to spend time with, or fucking just to even punch, you can turn to me, right?"
She looks at him and goes, "I have you in Gadri. Have my boat. That's all I need." I
He
don't
gives her a
need-
sophomore smile and nods.
And that's when Althera shows up and Brooke gives her the warning about Thambrix.
And Tyrus chuckles at
Yeah.
the blush.
when Brooke does say that, though, her ears droop and she looks a little sad. She's like, "Oh."
Yeah. Don't worry. I gave him plenty before, so he blushes a lot.
You gave him what? like that completely
As
goes
Althera
over
looks
her
at him
head.
and goes, "Plenty of what?" Ixal just goes, "Tick."
Almost. Almost. But no.
Yet we never fucked.
Flirt. Gadri calls from across the way.
Yeah, I flirted with him a lot, and trust me, he blushed a lot more.
Brooke places her hand on Althera's shoulder and goes, "You can do a lot better than Thambrix Rhakethe. Trust
You
me."
can.
She walks inside to where Enka is and looks to
Gives
Lilith.
Gives out there a warm smile, takes a sandwich. Thank you. How are
Well,
you?
it's not like I plan on seeing a future with him. It's just it's nice to be wanted.
He gives her a warm smile as he walks to her side, wraps an arm around her shoulder as he munches on the sandwich. Come on, let's enjoy the rest of this day.
I need a roll for that. Hold on, where's my D10?
Brooke looks to Enka and goes, "So? 3 hags.
2 hags.
2 hags.
Tyrus those hags.
So, 2 hags. And that's where we're going to leave tonight off because it is 1:20 a.m.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Went 5 hours straight. No break
Oh
today.
my god.
No
I
break.
know.
That
I was
was a
surprised we
great
didn't take a
episode.
break today.
So-
it was a good episode. I can't wait for
To be
next week.
fair, that flow was fucking hitting hard.
Anyway,
Yeah.
I would like to say hello, everyone. We are Dice and Destinies. That was cute cosplay. He will be back Sunday because we can never do
Hello.
one-time things.
And
Nope.
also because either Brooke is going to stab him before he can deal with his dad, or they're going to make up. We're not sure which yet. Also,
Now
tune in
kissed.
to see next week if Thambrix is in fact still a drug addict.
also,
I love Thambrix.
I'm also curious to see if he's still a kitty as well.
He's still lit.
A kitty.
Let Mag speak.
I'm going to do this outro and then y'all can talk, you bitches. Now, thank you so much for this. Is, you know what? Thambrix dies. This is you have sealed his fate. Lol is stabbing you. Anyway, it's been lovely. It's been great. There were tears. There was laughs. I hope you all had fun. We will be back next Sunday and possibly be back Wednesday, depending on certain things for Vampire Masquerade. Ran
I'm
by
so
Guys,
pumped.
Whimsical Travelers.
Wednesday will be postponed, unfortunately.
No.
So, as somebody who does run the Vampire the Masquerade game here on Dice and Destinies, I figure it's only fair that I tell you guys that I've been in and out of the hospital the last few months, and I just got out of the hospital again a few days ago, and
Like I
I have
said,
not had time
It-
to write up the next part of the adventure. Plus, it's also Valentine's Day,
Oh,
and
shit.
Oh,
my wife and I
yeah.
are going to be going to dinner.
Aww.
So
I'd love a day.
we will be. Plus, it is also rodeo weekend.
Yep. Well,
For those of you who know me, I'm very busy. So we will be returning to Vampire next week. For those who don't know, Mags plays the absolute fucking bane of my existence.
okay.
Excuse you, I thought that was
I
me
want to
with
say
the
this
last
right
campaign.
here, right now, while I'm saying
I was like,
goodbye.
you let
because
Max
I mean, if you
finish
want to come
the
back, Matt,
conversation.
let me know. I will throw you in.
Shush.
Guys, can
Max, go
we
ahead.
let Max finish so we can end?
Okay, sorry,
So,
squirrel.
I hope you all have a wonderful night. We have been Dice and Destinies. We'll see you back Sunday for the continuation of this for episode 51. We're halfway there to 100 episodes.
We're halfway there.
I hope you all had fun tonight. Good night, everyone.
Night.
Bye.